Yes, there are some single quotes issues. So our str is this, right? Now we'll apply the same regular expressions what we discussed. Okay. Str equal to tilde match a regular, give it in forward slash, put the regular expression in here. 124 it has matched somewhere. I mean, where did it find? Yeah, somewhere over here. Basically in here it has matched. So equal to tilde will give an integer, return an integer whether it found that match or not. It won't show like this, like two matches are there and these kind of matches are there. There is a match or not. That's it. Otherwise, it will return a nil. Okay. So if I want to check these kind of square bracket words are present in a string, I could write a simple if condition. If str, I can just copy this. If str is this, put as there is a match. Else, there is no match. I'll simply say no match. Indeed. So is there a match in our case? No. Okay, indeed. There is a match, right? Because we have square bracketed words. Okay. Any confusion here? Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's the same as we tested now.
Yes. So there is a match. So equal to tilde method, I can know whether there is a match or not. That's it. I can't get whatever has matched. If I want to get whatever I want, I matched like this stuff. So Yukihiro 14 and 15. These three elements I want, I can use a method called scan. In scan, you just put in this regular expression, syntax error, forward slash. Okay, this is the one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So scan will return whatever instances. For example, you want to scan for email addresses. You can use this method. For example, you want to scan for all 10-letter words that we have seen earlier. Let us do it once again. str.scan 10-letter words is \w 10 and \b as well, right? These are the 4 words which are 10 characters long. If I do a comma, these many words are 10 characters plus. I want to get all those. See, while working upon strings, you find this necessity of finding out from a particular file or scraping some website and getting the data, these kind of stuff, right? Background jobs, etc.
Okay, so this means we will use regex only in IRB, right?
No, 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 no. Let us write a program.
Okay. When you
Str equal to this string, okay, and just paste in str dot and put this words with m of data are interpolate. Okay, I'm saving this as regex ex regex dot rb, something like that. Okay. I will execute this program in terminal. Words with 10 or greater in length are these. So see, IRB, I'm just showing, instead of writing Ruby code in a file, executing it. So I want to save some time. That is what I'm typing in IRB. It doesn't mean that it works only in IRB. Okay.
okay.
Correct. Any code I write, you can write it in a RB file. Take it
Yeah.
for granted. Okay.
Yes, yes, I understand.
So I can write it in here. So I'll continue writing in here itself. I want these words to be printed outside in capitalized way. The first character should be capitalized. What can I do now? Oh,
Capitalize. You want again, please?
I want, see, currently the output is in kind of an array kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
Array with these things. I want the output to be something like this. Interpreted,
Ah, okay. Capitalize. Okay.
yeah, capitalized,
Okay.
programming, etc., etc. Like this. I want in this fashion. So, how can I achieve this? With whatever we learned. Any ideas?
Uh,
Uh,
it,
what we can do is simply we can look through the words. Word start equals to. I'll use the shortcut method. Word put as word dot capitalize. I'm not permanently modifying the string. Simply I am. That's it. Right? That's simple. So whatever we learn, how to combine that. See, I can do it pretty easily by using array method called collect or map. But since we did not discuss it yet, so I did not use that method. Instead, whatever we learned, the each method or for method you can use, or while you can use, until you can use, in order to display this capitalize. Okay. So equal to tilde or match, equal to tilde we have seen. Another small example we'll see around this. Username equal to Only the username should not contain any special characters apart from underscore or a dot. Okay, so it should not contain star plus etc etc. I want to validate for that. Okay, how should I validate? Any ideas? One example, one clue is I have to use the equal to tilde method. So I can say username equal to tilde regular expression. It should not contain special characters. Can we write the regular expression here? Should not contain immediately this, right? A to Z, A to
It
Z,
is 0 to 9.
underscore and dot. No matches. So copy the regular expression. Now put in plus here, the max. So if username, else, so what should I write here? Put as valid or invalid? What should I write?
Valid. First one.
Invalid?
Invalid if you don't want.
Invalid. Valid. Okay. So if I execute this program, what should be the output?
Valid?
Valid.
This one will not.
Right, valid.
It will not be valid, I think.
It's a valid. It's valid because we have underscore, right?
Yeah.
So now I'll put in a plus in there. So now the output should be invalid.
Invalid.
It is invalid. Something else, some other character. I'll put a star in between. Now invalid again. So equal to tilde method. Applying a regular expression on a string equal to tilde method. I can use an if condition to validate whether it consists of that match or not. See, there are some instances, if there is a match only, go ahead and scan it, right? For example, yeah, take for example, str. In that we have 10 letter words, right? So
Yes.
if it has 10 letter words only, you go ahead and fetch the 10 letter words. If it doesn't have it, why to unnecessarily apply a method, right? Scan method. So what can I do here? I can write a if str equal to tilde, apply this regular expression. If it has any 10 letter or greater than,
Scan it.
then scan it. Otherwise, don't scan it. Waste of, right? Computing power, performance. As simple as that. Scan it and you print that also here. Right? So combining scan and is equal to tilde method. Right? Understood? Any questions or it's pretty confusing? I don't think it's confusing, right? It's pretty easy. You might have worked on all this stuff. Any questions so far? No?
Yeah, it's okay for me.
Okay. Now, the similar kind of a method, there is another method to apply regular expression on a string. What is the other method? The method is match. Instead of this, I have to say dot match and apply the regular expression. Same as it. No difference. There is a difference, sorry. But for now, there will be no difference. You can apply a regular expression. Basically, you want to apply a regular expression on a string. You can use two methods, equal to tilde method and a match method. But there is a difference between these two. So what is the difference? Let us see on IRP. If I apply equal to tilde method, what is the return value?
Integer.
Integer, right? If I use match method, what is the return value? Return type, don't know, right? So
No.
the return type is, see, if you look at in here, for example, I write a simple class car, END, Honda equal to car dot new, right? This is a Honda object, Honda dot inspect. So if you inspect any kind of or any object, you find hash greater than this thing is the class name. Okay, car is the class name, right? So similarly, match data is the object returned. So what is the return type of this match method? Match data object. Car object, we say car object. This is an integer object, right? Everything in Ruby is an object. So it returned integer object. This returned, what did the match method return?
Object.
Match data object. Okay. Match data object. Got it? No.
It's okay.
Any questions or do you not understand? Okay. Let me show you that then. See, match method. So if you say str.clear, what will it return? A string. Okay. If I say scan, what will it return? Array, right? So now, if I use a match, what will it return?
Match that.
Match data object or nil. Okay. So it will return match data object. Okay. And the match as well. If you see here clearly, interpreted is the first word with 10 or greater length. So this is the matched output. Okay. So that is
The match data object, it will be regardless if it is on a string or integer, whatever.
See, regular expressions can be applied only on strings. They don't work on numbers.
Okay.
Only strings.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the difference between equal to tilde and match method. Now we've been left out with one concept, that is capturing. Captures, you can see capture everything and close kind of This concept we are left out with. So let us discuss that too. Let me take a small example. That's better. For example, today's date 2007 and 2020. Okay, this is a string. So I know for sure this is a date that is displayed on the website somewhere. I want to print this as the date today is 20, the month is 07, and the year is 2020. Okay? Or else, okay, let us go with this simple example. Later on we can. So what I can do is, I can apply a regular expression simply saying \d. How many characters? Right. Followed by a dash or hyphen, again \d, followed by 2, again followed by hyphen, by backslash of 4, and ending. If you don't specify a dollar, it will take that match. So I will specify a dollar with saying that, okay, it should end with that four characters only, 4 digits only. Okay, similarly here also it would be the same. So what can I write here? \a. So, okay, fine. See, it has only matched the result, but I want to capture it. I mean, pull out 20, I want to pull out 07, I want to pull out 2020 so that I can play with it, right? I want to pull out. So I can use something called round brackets, which will pull out that specific match. Capture. Technically, we call this as capture. Match groups. So you've seen first capture is 20, second capture is 07, and third capture is 2020. So now I can use this in order to fulfill my requirement, right?
Okay.
Okay, pretty simple. So this small example we have seen. Let us write the same thing as a program.
There is a space before the end of the regular expression at the code.
Right? So once I captured here, if I'm using equal to tilde, the first capture will be in, see,
So we can't use the regex as a variable?
no, I can't.
Okay.
Here, there is output. So here, match group 1 is $1. So you can access it in Ruby using $1. Second one, $2, and third one, $3. Okay. Got it? So that is capture. If I want to do the same thing in match, date dot match. Okay, I'll comment this out. It will print the same stuff without any issues. Same code will work, but I can also use the match object, since this will return a match object, right? So since this will return a match object, I can use the match object in order to get this stuff. For example, date dot match, for example, x equal to date dot match. So, and so match. So then I can say the return would be a match object. So something like x of 1, x of 2, x of 3. So how do I know that I can use x of 1 and x of 2 and x of 3? Let us see. I'll say put as x dot inspect. I want to see the object x with my eyes. So I'll say x dot inspect. So what did we get? A match object, right? X is a match object that we discussed earlier. In that match object, the first one is always the whole capture, whole match, the regex match. Apart from that, you can see, since I have captures 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yes.
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 Since this is match data, right? So I don't know what methods are available in that class. So simply go to Ruby documentation, search for that match data, click on the class, and find out what methods are there. Here is the first method what I use. It will return string or nil, m of 0. You can use m1 comma 2, m1 dot 3, all this stuff. I can use other methods as captures. How many captures are there? Let us see. I'll say put as x dot captures. These are the captures. Probably I would have said inspect, it would return an array, I guess. Right? Similarly, length of the captures, names. I mean, these are all methods of that particular class. So you can apply any method, any instance method. All are instance methods only, right? So you can apply any of the instance method on the match object. Any questions so far? Here?
Yes.
Okay. So this is about captures. One more thing we need to discuss in regular expressions is using captures for I don't have this supposing STR. Let me copy it from here. Now I want to find characters in like this, like FF, LL, okay, and MM, consecutive characters, same character. How can I do that using regular expression? Anyone has any idea? You got the question? So I want to select like MM, LL, FF, etc. Character followed by the same character.
Character forward by the same.
You can select from A to Z.
LL,
No, from A to Z, and also from A to Z, small and capital.
A to Z, A to Z, yes.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we can put curly and two. I don't know if it's correct.
No, I can't do that.
Okay.
So using the operands what we have discussed, it's not possible to do that kind of stuff. For that, we need to use captures and then reapply the capture. Let us see how to do it. I want to capture a particular single character, okay? Single character. I'll explain this. Is this the requirement what we talked about? MM, LL, CC, FF, etc. Right?
Yes.
So we know that this is a capture, but I did not specify anything, so I specify dot. Means, what does dot mean? A single character. So I want to match a single character. So the capture, the output of this is always in \1. So I said a character, whatever character, first R, followed by the same R. So \1 is consisting of capital R. Is it? No. So it will go, I mean, it will search, it will come here, M. M followed by M, yes, it will select.
So if I replace 1 with 2, this it's mean 3M or 3L, something like that.
You want 3 M's and 3 L's, it won't select this regular expression. Again, I have to add one more \, and then it will select 3 M's.
So that means you will add /1.
Right. So like this, I can have \9 till 9. Okay, let us see a few examples for better clarification. I'll write the regular expression. You tell me the word. Okay, dot \1 \2. Can you tell me the word? It matches this regular expression. Dot means any character A. Another dot means any other character B. What is \1?
AB again.
B again.
That's it. Right? As simple as that. Pretty simple. Once you understand the concept, it's pretty simple. Okay. So now I'll
So what's the \2?
\2 is B.
What?
Again, sorry.
B.
\1A, \2B.
Yes. \1 is A.
Okay, okay.
Clearly you can see here, right? \1 is 1. 1 is A. 2 is B.
Yeah.
So one is referring to the first match and two referring to the second match, right?
Exactly. Yes.
What if I put one after the first brackets and put two after the second brackets?
No, I didn't get that question.
It doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Okay, you tell me the regular experiment, the word for this.
BA.
AB,
BA.
yeah, right?
Hmm.
You understood the concept, right? Like this, I can have until \9. 9 captures I can have. Let me give another example. Can you tell me any test string?
We will have to white space at first.
No, this is capital S. That's not a regular.
Okay.
So blindly write that. Yes. You can try this. Meanwhile, I have a glass of water and just come back. Okay.
Okay.
Is it SAA?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Then PE would be the same,
Yeah.
and then A again, and then B. Not sure.
Yeah, then AA might be AA, and then a number, and the number again, the same number again.
Mm.
Digit, I mean.
Yeah.
Ashraf, this is the regex you were studying. It came to for a use now.
I'm little confused. So I'm trying.
Yeah, I mean, this is the regex you were studying at the company when
Yes.
when we go to the office.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still big question mark for regex as well.
Yeah, don't stress too much. It doesn't come along in development a lot.
Disappointed. Not stressed.
Yeah, I'm back. So are we able to get the testing?
I sent you in chat. Can you try?
Yeah. So S followed by any character.
SAA,
A, A,
B,
P,
EE, AA, 55, for example.
yeah, 5,
555.
right?
Triple five, right? Or 25?
2, 5. Because I said backslash D followed by
Mm.
backslash 3. But it's the same 5. So if you write another 5, doesn't match. I mean, that's not into consideration. Okay. So I should have said dollar kind of. So if you write another 5, it will not match actually. Spinning, it's taking time. Server is slow. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you.
It's clear.
Okay. So with this, we were able to complete strings and regular expressions. So now we would try, we would discuss about something called arrays. See, no matches. So let us discuss about arrays. First of all, what is an array? So people, I have folks with without programming experience or knowledge, right? For them, array is a container. Array is a container, so that I can store in Ruby objects. Okay. In runtime or programmatically, objects, store objects. For storing objects, I need a container, right? So that I can make use of that later. Something like I bought different types of chocolates and I want to store it. So in my house, I have containers. So a specific type of chocolates, I'll put it in one container, and different types of other sweets or confectionery, we'll have it in other containers. So something like a container, okay, to store objects. How can I define an array in Ruby? In Ruby, I can define an array by square brackets. This means an empty array. Or I can do that also by array.new method, class method array.new. But generally, we'll follow this syntax. Okay. In other languages, Ruby or array can, what is the definition of an array in other languages? It's a collection of similar objects, right? Generally, the definition, if you go with the classic definition, it is collection of similar objects. But in Ruby, it might not be similar objects. It can hold any type of object, mixed objects. For example, it can hold numeric, it can hold float, it can hold hello string, it can hold a file object, it can hold a match data object, it can hold another array, it can hold a hash, etc.
Can you define array, please, in Ruby again?
It's a collection of objects, that's it.
So they don't have to be related to each other.
Need not be related to each other. They need not. See, generally, when we use an array not to store similar data only. Seldom we use mixed data, right? We don't use mixed data, right?
Yes.
My point is Ruby can store any kind of an objects, mixed data also. It's not like in other languages like Java or C++, you have to define the specific array like int array or string array. It's no need of that kind. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So this is how I define an array. Let us see in IRB. Execute that in IRB. Yeah, I already executed. So a dot class gives me array. So array is a container, right? I want to get the values of that container. I can access each and every value by means of an index. So index of 0 will give me 1, index of 1, so on. Right? The index of -1 would give me
Last array, last index.
Last element, right? Last object of the array. Minus 6 will give me nil. Or a of 6 will give me
Nil also.
nil again. Yes. Nil object. I want to find out the length of it. Length, size,
Count.
count is not possible. Count, is it a new method? Oh, I think we added count as well. Okay. Okay, array dot. How to iterate through the array? A dot each do x, put this x in D, right? This we have already discussed, iterating through an array. I can also iterate through an index. Each underscore index. Now, it will print the indexes because I'm iterating via the indexes, each index. It will return indexes of those elements. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, each index. I have another array B. A plus B. So it's just addition of two arrays. Similarly, I can have A minus B as well. There is no common element. For example, I will add another element to B, that is 23.34. So A minus B will not contain 23.34 anymore. It subtracted that value from A, right?
Yes.
So
Can
add,
you repeat it again?
yeah. So A is this array and B is this array. The common value is 23.34 only, right?
Yes.
Between A and B. Okay, let me add append 9 as well. So how many common values are there between A and B?
2.
2, right? So I say A minus B. So there is no 9 in A and, sorry, no, 9 is not common. Where did I add? Sorry. I added 9 to B. I should have added to A, right? Now, if you look at, I'll clear this out. A is this, B is this. So two common elements, that is 9 here and here, and 23.34, 23.34, two common elements. So when I do A minus B, it is this. If I do a B minus A, what is the output?
It will be 6. Then 34.65.
34 and
9.
no, that's it. 6 and
Okay.
34. Because 9 is repeating, it will remove both 9s.
Okay. Thank you.
Very important method, push or append. I want to add a new element to this array A. So I'll make it a simple array. This with multiple objects, it is confusing, right? So I'll say A equal to 3, 6, 8, 1, 4, 9. Okay, a simple array. I want to push an element into this array. So I'll say 100. So now 100 is appended at the last. So it would be the last element, the -1 element or the count -1 element of this array. Okay. I want to push 200. It will be added to the last. 300. Appended to the last. A dot shift. Sorry, A dot pop first. A dot pop. It will remove the last element. It will pop out that last element. A dot push.
Push also 400.
So it will add a new element to this array. Now A dot pop will return what? It will return the last.
400.
Yes. At the same time, it will remove that 400 from that array. Popcorn. It will pop out. It will come out of that array. Shift. Now we'll see unshift first. Unshift 500. It means adding a new element to the start of the array. It has added to the start of the array, right? Beginning of the array. A dot shift. This will remove the element from the beginning of the array. So if you look at A now, there is no 500 and there is no 400. Understand?
Yes.
Okay. Equal to A double equal to B. Are A and B arrays equal to each other? No, right? False. Yeah. See, we have seen adding elements to the array via the push method and the append method. But I can also add elements using index, override or add. For example, what is the size of this array?
7.
7, right? So if I say A of 7 equal to 600. So it means the index of 7 is 600. I added a new element to this array, right? Apart from push and append method, you can also use this method to create a new element in the array, okay?
So can we add to, for example, now the last index is 7. So
Right.
can we add to index 9? So it will automatically fill index 8 with null?
Yes, exactly. It will fill the other things with nil. Okay.
Okay.
So what's the importance of position of each element inside the array? I mean, how does that come into use?
Position, see, you can get the element, for example, you can get the element of the array by using indexes, right? -1. That is why it is, the position is important for arrays. Otherwise, how will you get the element from the array? I want to retrieve an element from the array. Third element, fourth element. That is why there is indexing.
Okay.
Okay. All any. Okay, now starts. The block methods will be starting from here onwards. So A is this. A dot. See, first I want to remove this nil from this array. So A dot delete nil. So I want to delete the nil object from the array. I can use directly delete nil. A dot all question mark is the method that we are going to discuss now, all question mark. So what does this method return?
It will check all the array for a specific condition.
Yeah, I know. What is the return type of this array? A dot all.
Boolean. Boolean.
Object, exactly. So all, it accepts a block x greater than 10. Are all the elements of the array greater than 10? You tell me what will be the output.
False.
It will be false.
False, right? Exactly. False is the correct answer because there are other elements which are less than 10. Okay, let me change this to greater than 1.
False again.
Okay, greater than 0.
Excuse me again, please. This part because I don't for the array dot. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. I don't get the array dot all. This method, I don't get it.
Okay. So I want to know whether all the elements of the array are greater than 10. Are all the elements of the array greater than 10?
Oh, no.
No. Yeah, false. Similar greater than 1?
Okay.
No. So false. Greater than 0?
True. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So after method, any of the element is greater than 100. Is any of the element greater than 100?
True.
So greater than 1000?
So we do each loop inside the array.
Internally, it will try to do a each loop.
We do an each loop inside the array method, right?
For any, you mean to say any question mark?
What? Don't hear you.
You mean in the method, in any question mark method?
Yes, and after you put an array dot any this is a method, and you put inside it a loop to loop on all the elements.
No, 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 no. This is not a loop. This is a block. The first session we discussed this is a block, and what is this?
No.
Variable.
No.
So block argument or block variable, right? This is block, that's it. This is not each method. This is just a block.
Okay.
Block means a piece of code, some hanging code, some code we want to throw at that method. Okay?
Okay.
At a dot at. So at in the sense index. What is the value of 0? Index 0 is 6. Similarly, a value at -1 is okay, -1 is 1000. B dot clear. So clear will make an array, an empty array. Okay. So how can I check whether a string is empty or not in Ruby? Can I check?
Empty?
Yes. Dot empty question mark empty question mark. So for arrays also we have the similar kind of a method called empty question mark. Very important method, collect. Very, very important method. Right. For example, this A is orders. In your application, there are orders, right? So these many items and each individual item's price, okay, in dollars. In dollars. I want to get the total. No, I want to get this currency displayed in your local currency. Okay, so this is in dollars. So I have to change it into local currency. Okay, so for that I have to iterate over each and every element of that array. Basically, my requirement is to change each and every element of that array, right? So what is my requirement? I have to change each and every element into local currency. So whenever you have such kind of a requirement where you need to loop through or modify each and every element of that array, we should use collect or map. Collect will take and block as argument x into, I don't know, it might be even 40 or 45 or 50, something like that. Okay. So this is the modified array. So what is the value of A now?
The same.
Modified.
6, 8. No, 6, 8, 1.
Exactly.
Yes.
What if you use each?
Yes. Now there is another method called collect method. Collect bang. Collect exclamation. Now what is the value of A?
The new
Should
result.
be modified. Yes.
The new one. Because I applied a destructive method, right?
Yes.
So applied a destructive method, the original object is completely modified to the latter one. Okay. Any questions so far? I want to get the sum of all these elements of the array.
Sorry, you want what?
Sum of all these numbers. Simply a dot sum. Okay. A dot count. How many 200s are there? So how many elements of the given type are available in that array? It will return the count of that. Compact is also a very important method. For example, I'm pushing a null at the 4th position. So A is having a null object. So if I say A dot sum, what will it return? The sum of dot. There is an issue. What was the issue?
Because we have nil and all of them are integer.
Yes. So you can't add an integer with a nil object, right? Integer object and nil object. That's not possible. So we have to remove the nil object or skip the nil object. So I can say a dot
It
compact. You can see delete will delete only one item. Compact will remove from entire array.
But we didn't specify the type. So compact always will be nil, or the type it's not the same as all the types.
I didn't get the question. Can you come again?
Okay, so you didn't specify you need to remove nil from the array. You
Yes.
only said a dot compact.
Yes. So the functionality of compact is to remove nil objects from the array. Okay.
Okay.
Completely remove nil objects from the array. Okay. So now you can happily do a dot sum. Delete a dot delete an object. Delete 50 from the collection.
Can delete it.
Delete it as the name suggests, right? At a particular index. Delete it.
0.
Delete at 0. Delete at -1.
And this saved already in array.
Yeah, it will return an array. Delete it. I think delete it will accept multiple arguments to give expected one. Okay, only one argument. Okay.
Okay.
Delete is very important method. A dot delete,
Delete if null, for example.
yeah, given condition. X is greater than 400, you delete them. Let's take a new array because we are out of elements. I'll say 1 to 20 dot 2 underscore a will convert this into an array, range into an array. So for 2 underscore shuffle is a method. So dot shuffle will shuffle the array. So I want a permanent shuffle.
Just randomize.
Okay. Permanently shuffle it. So if you see A now, it is A drop first 5 elements. So remove the 5 elements, not permanently remove. Remove the 5 elements and return the array. Is drop. Similarly, take is used mostly take 5. They simply say take 5. Select and reject very important methods. So let us see. A dot select. I want to select all the elements which are greater than 10. Simply x greater than 10. It would return all elements which are greater than 10 as an array. See, please remember that the return type is an array. Right? Each and every time you are getting return type as an array. So opposite of select is reject. So I want the opposite to happen. I want to select all the elements which less than 10. So I can simply say instead of select, reject. The opposite, right? have here a small question. Does select have a destructive method? Does reject have a destructive method? Do you think it will have a destructive method?
Hello, your sound is cutting. It's not clear yet.
Oh, okay. Now is it any better? Still you face the same issue?
Do
Are you,
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
probably Ashraf, there is some kind of a problem with the network on your side because each and everyone could hear me properly.
Okay. Now I hear you good. Now.
So my question was,
Mm.
does select and reject have a destructive method? Do you think it would have? There is another method called select exclamation.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
See, for these kind of methods, it's very hard to remember it will have destructive method or not, right? So simple programming technique, a dot select. I wrote in block. What did it return?
Array. Array.
Right?
Yes.
So let us write it here. A, A is of what type? A is an array, right? A is an array, right? A dot select some code much greater than 10 or something is returning what? Is returning an array, right? Yes or no? See, select is returning. Are you able to hear me first of all? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
You're able to hear me?
Actually, you have like we can hear half of your voice and the other half we can't hear it. I don't know why.
Same as me.
Okay. Okay, now is it any better?
Hello?
Here now.
Okay. So my question was, select will return what? Array, right?
It's an array.
Yes.
So original object is an array and the return type is also an array, right?
Yes.
Then you will have a destructive method. Okay?
Okay. Let me see.
It is an array. Original object is an array. After using the select method, it is returning an array. So you would have a destructive method. Okay? So select will have a destructive method. Similarly, reject, will it have a destructive method? Will reject have a destructive method?
That matter. What is the last word?
Will reject method have a destructive method?
Oh.
This is the question.
Think we can try it?
Should be.
Should be, yes. Why? Because the return type is
Array.
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 So
Yeah.
we'll have a reject method. So let us see here if you want to. right?
Yes.
Yes.
Dismiss.
Replace. Now, dot replace. I want to replace the entire array with B. The B is empty. So I said replace A with B. So it is empty now. Permanent modification. Replacing the entire array. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll redefine this array.
So replace it. Just replace the arrays.
Right. So A is this. A dot reverse. Will this have a destructive method?
Yes.
Yes, because it's a return type is also an array.
Yes.
Good. We'll find other important methods. Select is done, shift is done, size is done, slice. Slice is not done. A dot slice. Slice is similar to what we discussed in arrays. 0 dot dot 2. So it would be 2019. Sorry, I did not reverse. No, 1, 2, 3. Sorry. So 0 index to 2 index. Okay. That we've seen the similar method in strings. Similarly, A of 0 dot dot 2 will also return the same number of elements, slicing it. Other version is also there, A 0 dot 0 comma 2, which means some 0 index get me 2 elements. Similarly, slice also has the same thing. 0 comma 2 means from 0 index get me 2 elements. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Sort method we have to see take. Okay. Unique. This is already sorted. What I'll do is A dot shuffle. Permanently I will shuffle. So now your A is or not ordered. It is shuffled array. I want to sort this in ascending order. A dot sort. By default, it will sort by ascending order. Now, what if I want to sort by descending order? So then I have to write a block of code. A dot sort.
Yeah.
Sorting by ascending order. If I want to do it by descending order, by comparable X. So sort method is implemented in bubble sort. The implementation is in bubble sort in C, in Ruby. The default implementation is a bubble sort. So please remember, if you want to sort it in ascending order, simply A dot sort will sort it in ascending order. If you want it in descending order, you have to use this piece of code, this block of code, Y comparable X. Okay. So sort by, there is another method called sort by. We can't discuss sort by because we have to deal with attribute objects, something like person object with name, these kind of objects. Then only you can sort by particular attribute. Okay. In this array, I will purposefully push 5 and 8. So I have two duplicate elements, right? 5 and 8.
Yeah.
So I want to remove that and make it a unique array. I don't want duplicates in this array. There is a method called a dot unique, which removes duplicates from the array. Okay.
Okay.
We can also have destructive method because it is returning an array. It would obviously have a destructive method. Fine. Let me see if there is a max and min method. Max and min. But map, yes, map. Map is similar to collect. See here map a dot collect, a dot map. Invokes the given block once for each element of self is map. Similarly, if you see collect, be the same as well. Invokes the block of once for each element of self. Okay. No block is given, enumerator is written instead. Similar documentation, similar example you'll find for map. Okay, same example. Fine. See, you can have combinations and permutations as well, but don't try it on your laptops. If you take an array greater than 10 elements, your laptop will hang for sure. The terminal will hang for sure. Okay, please don't try combinations and permutations even in your Rails code. Okay. Okay, what the max of this array? A dot max A dot min would give the max and min of this array. Okay, I have an array. Again, in that array, I have two more arrays, right? So I want to make this a flat array or a single array. I have a method called a dot flatten in order to make it a single array. Okay. In JavaScript, we'll have something like flatten and flat, right? Two methods are there, similar to that. Okay. Right. Percentage W, this is a shortcut of creating an string array. So I need not say like, I mean, if it's too cumbersome, right? Australia, typing all this. So a simple shortcut in order to declare a string array is percentage W. Okay, it will create a string array for us. So b dot find a word or a country name whose length GTH is greater than 8. G length. Okay, Australia. Okay, so I used a method called find on an array, right? So is there a find method in here in array methods?
No.
No, but I'm able to call this method on array, right? B dot class is an array, right? So how is it possible?
He returned the string, right?
No. So I'm asking, find is a method not available in array class. Okay, but I am able to use it on an array object. How is this possible?
Because this class method.
Which method?
Is this class method find?
No. It's an instance method, right? Because I called it on an array instance, array object B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find
Explain that.
work
Okay.
on
If you clearly look at the array documentation, right? The parent is object, right?
yes.
Superclass. So it means that find method might have been from object. Yes or no?
Work only was super class object only.
Right. Let us see that find method is available in object class. Is it available?
No.
No. Okay. Superclass of object is basic object. Is it available in basic object?
No.
No. So where is it coming from? Right. So let us see. If you scroll down a bit, included modules. So yesterday we had someone asked what is a module, right? Module, included modules, enumerable. Let me open this for you. Enumerable. Do we have find in here?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is a module. So please remember module will, for now, just remember that module will consist of only methods. Okay, only methods. So whenever a module is included in a class, this is an array class, right? Array is a class. When it is included, all the methods will be available to array objects. Okay, it means simply you can use them. You can use those methods also. It means I can use all the methods of enumerable on array, right?
Mm.
Yes. one important method, each with object. Okay. One to 10 is an range, each with object, so empty object. Okay. Each with object I and A. I is, what is I?
Index.
So I is the object. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on up to 10. Okay. I. A is the accumulator. Accumulator in the sense this empty object. You said array, right? So it will take A as this empty array and push whatever code you wrote, right? You're pushing 1 star 2, sorry, I star 2 events into this array and returning it. Okay. Each with object. So you can specify the object in here.
Again, please, this part, please.
For example, I want to return something. See, events, this is not an array, this is a range, right? I can also use this on an array. But in order to get, I want to iterate with each object. So each object, what is each object in this 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, right? But each object method will take in an object, array object. For example, an object. See, it will take an object. It iterates the given block for each element with arbitrary object given. So arbitrary object is this empty array. Into this empty array, it will push the output of this code. So this is A. This is A now. I is 1 first time. So empty array push 1 into 2. So 2 gets inside this. Next, I is 2. 2 into 2, 4. 2 comma 4 gets into this array and so on. Understood?
Yes, clear.
A very important method, each with object. Okay.
What about include? Do we have include method?
Yeah, we have include. See, for example,
But this also not exist in array as a message.
yeah, probably. Yes, include. Earlier it used to be in include directly in array, but they moved it to, refactored it to enumerable module. V dot include England. Yes, it includes that element. Okay. Okay, let us see few of the important methods. Inject method is one important method. The accumulator method, like reduce in JavaScript, inject. Okay. Let us take A. I want to get sum of all these numbers. So in order to get sum of all these numbers, first I have to make a flat array, right? A dot sum will anyways give the output, but using the accumulator concept, A dot inject x comma y, instead of x comma y, I'll say accumulator ACC y, ACC equals ACC plus y. 249 is the sum of this. So how does this work? For example, another example, I'll take another example. I'll shuffle B again. I want to get the country name with largest length. Okay. See, if I say B dot max, you won't get it. See, Turkey is the not the length of Turkey is not the max, so you can't use that B dot max kind of stuff here. So I have to write something like B dot inject accumulator comma y sorry x dot length So Australia is the country with the maximum length, right? So inject here. Let me explain first. I'll explain with some example. So that would be easier. Later on, I'll come up with this example. So A dot inject for first ACC is 5, okay, and Y is 17. So 5 plus 17 is 22, right? So 22 is stored in ACC, and next iteration Y is 20. Now A plus Y is 42. Got it? Are you able to follow?
No.
Yeah, 42 and ACC is 42 now, and Y is 6. So again, ACC plus Y is 48 and so on. Okay, so same concept. Let us take this. ACC is Turkey, Y is Australia. ACC dot length is what? Turkey dot length is 6. Australia dot length is 6, 9. Okay, obviously Y dot length is greater, so it will return Y. So ACC's value is now Australia, right? And Y value is England. Again, it will compare ACC length 9 greater than 7. So it will return Australia again to ACC, and next Y is Ireland. Got it?
Yes.
So everyone understood that this inject method is pretty powerful and mostly used. Okay. Let us see any other important methods I missed. grep, yes, grep is one important method. Even A dot first, I forgot to tell you, A dot first will return, A dot last will return the last object. Okay. Grep. I guess you know what is grep in Linux. The same functionality. For example, I want to know all the methods that I can apply on an array. On A is an array, right? What methods can I apply? A dot methods I can apply A dot methods. These many methods I can apply on A. Okay. One more thing, A dot any object dot nil question mark will check for whether it is nil or not. Very important. Okay. Now A dot methods is returning what? Can anyone tell me what is A dot methods returning? What type of object?
Array.
Array, right. So it is returning an array. Array of symbol. Right. So I want to sort it. Can I sort it?
Yes.
Yes, I can sort it. See? A, B, C, D, and so on. Let us take a smaller example, then come back to this. So B is this. I want to find out all the country names which are starting with a vowel. Vowel, okay? How can I do that?
Starting with what?
Vowel.
Okay.
A-E-I-O-U. See, multiple ways are there, but we can see the grep method. P dot grep. Write the regular expression. What is the regular expression? A-E-I-O-U, ignore case. Starting with, right?
Okay.
That's it. Australia, England, Ireland. Now come to this array methods. A dot methods. Methods dot grep. First, let us look at the methods. I want to grep for only destructive methods. Can you help me with the regular expression? I want to grep for only destructive methods. So A dot methods dot grep. What should I write in here?
Yeah, I think.
Right?
What is the difference between a grep and match?
Match is a string method. Grep is an array method.
Okay.
You can't apply match on a array. Okay? Got it, right? For example, if I say b dot match, undefined match, because there is no match method for array objects or in the array class. It is there in string class.
String. Okay.
Got it, right?
Yes.
Same thing can be achieved. See, if I want to do it in a different way, A dot methods instead of A dot methods dot grep, I could say select right? Same as same output. I use the select method and also match or equal to tilde method. Okay, I can use both are right. Any questions? Any questions or clarifications?
No, good for me.
Okay, let me check. Any other include inject we are done. Partition is one thing we have to look at. Partition. See, I want to partition methods, partition elements by means of some criteria. The best example would be even and odd numbers. Okay, A dot partition x modulo 2 equals 0. It will partition by means of even and odd. If I say 1, it will partition by odd. Okay.
It's a group by mainly.
Yes. Group by, yeah, you can consider as a group by, but only 2 parts.
Why 2? So
See, for this condition, we would have only 2 parts, right?
yeah, because of true and false. Okay. Okay. It will consider all the strings with a length as a true,
Yes.
and all without as a false. Okay.
So partition is always 2. I mean, in arrays, right? Only 2 output you get. It will partition into 2 items only at any point. Okay. So if you want something like a group by kind of, you have to use hash map, hashes in Ruby, right? If you want to group by kind of. So that is about partition. Let me see reduce, whenever used reduced. Similar to yeah, it's similar to inject, as I told you. Yeah, reduce is the same. Okay, this is about arrays, and we'll take a short break for 5 to 6 minutes. Today I'll continue with an hour. Okay, so we'll be closing at 4:30. What is your local time? 1 hour basically. Okay, is it okay for you? For everyone?
You mean you will finish at 3 p.m.?
Um,
At your timing is 4:30, right?
yes, my timing is 30.
So we will end after 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Is it? It's everyone. I mean, can attend for that extra hour, right? 4 hours.
For me, I have meeting after 30 minutes. I have to join it.
30 minutes.
Also,
30 minutes. Yeah, after 30 minutes. Yani by your time it
Okay,
will
then.
be 4. At 4 by your time.
Okay, at 4 you have a meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, then I'll continue for 6 more minutes and we'll stop. Okay.
As you like. If
So
everyone is
6
agree, it's fine. Yeah.
6 minutes, and we will continue tomorrow.
Yeah, because I can continue. I can continue for today for an hour or so, but not everyone is. I mean, some of them are occupied, right? Is it okay?
Khalil, can you reschedule it? Or is it
Uh,
important?
I rescheduled it yesterday because we have the training, so I can't do it twice.
Okay, then. Yeah, not a problem. Today we'll wrap it up in say 5 minutes now, and tomorrow we'll try to make it for 4 hours. Okay, sounds good.
Sorry for that, by the way.
No problem. No, it's not planned, right? I mean, there was a lot of change. Okay, okay. Then. Let me take in another method. Yeah, 2 underscore hash 2 underscore h. Easy. Yeah. So generally, these type of 2 underscore h would be applied to arrays in this format, something like this: 1, 2, 4, 5. This kind. This kind. It converts into a hash map. So if you have like an array, an associative kind of an array, and you want to convert into a hash, it's pretty simple. These kind of arrays can be easily converted into a hash. So this is a hash map, key value pairs.
Do we have a hash set in Ruby?
Yeah. See, collections, I was told yesterday, I guess, there are only three collections: array, hashes, and ranges. Only three.
No, I'm not talking about the hash. I'm asking about the hash set. It's like
No hash set. No, not set.
okay.
Hash map.
I mean, can I use a hash set in Ruby in any way, or I have to make it like a hash with the nil values?
Yes.
Okay.
See, if you want, see, everything is possible with the default hash that is provided in Ruby. Okay, but if you want to implement your own specific hash set, you have to write a class hash map hash set. Then you have to write the add functionality to that class.
Okay.
But whatever you require, hash set, etc., these kind of functionalities by default provided by Ruby methods. Okay.
Okay.
This array and your hash can do everything in Ruby. A.take. So take 6 elements. So you has this, right? So 6 elements. There is also a take while, I guess. Yeah, take while by a condition. Take while.
even at the example at take while, it's not returning the 0, so there is something need to be understood.
A dot take while I less than 3. Okay. But what I said is I greater than 3. There is nothing. So let me, I did not use take while. Passes elements to the block until the block returns nil or false. Okay.
So
Yeah,
it
so it
goes
should be,
element by element, and if it got
it
false,
should
it
be
will not.
ordered.
Let us come to our example.
It should be ordered. This is the problem, that if the first element returned false, it will not return anything.
Yes.
Yeah, after false, it will not consider anything else.
So here we'll try to use that. Greater than 3, nothing. Yeah. So we'll shuffle that.
So reverse, if reverse, you will have until 3, if it is reversed.
Yeah, always lesser than we'll get it. But A.
1 is not the original. You have to shuffle it and pause.
Oh, I did not use the. I did not use the shuffle bang.
Yeah.
So.
No, this only will return empty. Yeah.
Greater than.
This will return 5 elements. Greater will return 5 elements. Greater than 3, it will return 5 elements.
Yeah. So until it found 3, right? It will stop iterating. Take while.
It's almost for a sorted array.
So I'll stop here. Any questions?
Thank you.
Tomorrow we'll then continue on blocks. Important concept. And whole of Ruby is based on blocks. Okay, so hashes and the blocks. And I'm not 100%, but 90% I'll try to take.
Can you repeat again?
The voice was not good, so can you say again, Hemant? I think there is an internet connectivity issue. It's trying to connect again.
So we will start at 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
Hi all. Very good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we'll resume from where we left. So a small, I don't want to resume from, start off with hash. Probably we'll take a slight different topic and then resume with hashes. Okay. So we'll how to declare a class and how to declare a method in Ruby. So class, everyone knows about it. CLASS is the keyword to declare a class, and class names are always starts with are always should always start with a capital letter, right? Because classes and modules are considered to be constants, right? So let us take, for example, person. class declaration ends with a keyword called end. This is a sample class. I guess I wrote it first in the last one. I'll override it. As simple as that. In any class, we can write two types of methods, right? What are they?
Class methods and instance methods.
Yes, instance methods and class methods. Right. How to declare a method? Method should always start with an underscore or a lowercase alphabet. Something like creating and it can't start with a number or any other special characters.
We can start with number.
We can start with any question? Okay. So we can't start with a number, I meant. See, I can't have this kind of. Let us execute. Okay, syntax error. So at the most I can have an underscore or a lowercase alphabet like this. I can't have any other special character. So now they moved it, I guess. Create an object of this class. P1 equal to person dot new P1 dot. I'll remove this underscore for now. Greeting. Fine. So executing this method. Done. Do we have any arguments passed to this greeting? No, right? So let us say X. Wrong number of arguments 0, 4, 1. So what's the problem? We want this method to accept one argument, but we do not provide another argument. So we have to provide an argument, some argument. One more thing I forgot to tell you is Ruby does not support method overloading. Ruby supports method overriding. Okay, so overriding is not, overloading is not possible in Ruby. Polymorphism. Anyone who doesn't understand overloading, overriding?
I don't.
Okay, you want me to explain?
Sure.
What again? I'm sorry. Repeat again, please.
I was asking anyone who wants explanation on overloading and overriding.
No, no.
Okay. I heard
Because
someone.
we don't know the difference, so
Yes,
we
I
need
wanted.
explanation. Yes.
Okay. So someone asked me, so I'll just quickly explain with a small example. Okay, we know that most of the cars start by turning on the ignition key. But we have other cars, high-end models, where they also start with pressing a button, button start, right?
Mm.
So, I have a car. So I have a car, button start car. I create an object, for example, Nissan dot new, and I say Nissan dot start, for example, and this doesn't have ignition key. Okay, imagine this car doesn't need an ignition, turning the key. Okay, so will this car start? See, the default start method is by putting the key and turning it, right? So
Mm.
my question is, Nissan will start or not? Nissan doesn't have the feature. Instead, it has that button which we press on it, right? Then it would start. So will it start or not? Will the car start? No, right? It doesn't start.
The method
Because,
will be applied, right?
pardon?
I mean, you're asking if the method will be applied or not?
Yeah, that's the meaning actually. I'm not asking about the physical cars.
Yes, but the method will be applied, right?
Yes, this will be applied, but the car will not start, right?
Okay.
Because there is in this sedan button start car, there is no option for putting the key and turning it. Okay, imagine that car doesn't have a feature of putting the key and turning it. Okay, so but you're trying to start it by the key, but this car doesn't have the keyhole.
Mm.
Okay, so you're trying to apply this method, but it can't start, right? So it means even if you have inheritance in place, this is not starting. In that case, we have to override that method. You don't use the default method of start. Instead, my behavior, okay, this class behavior, same method name. If you write it with the same method name, it means overriding. This is called, in polymorphism, there are two types. Polymorphism. This is object-oriented concepts. One is method overloading. Other one is method overriding. Okay. So overriding, so we are here overriding this method. The functionality is different for this car. For example, see, I always tell an example, I walk like my father, for example. See, it's not mandatory that I should walk like my father, right? Some people have different way of walking. It might not be this father, his father. So it means I have to override. I overrided the behavior of my parent, right? So this car has a different feature. Starts by pressing button. So I have to override this method. Then if I call this start, this would call this. So it means, okay, let me put it with some string so that you can understand. Start by pressing button. Right. Okay, let us sedan dot start should starts by pressing button. So even if it is a subclass of car, we have overridden the start method with the class own implementation. Any questions on this? Did you understand overriding?
Yes.
Overloading, it's not supported in Ruby, but I'll tell you the concept. It would be pretty complex, so I'll think of an. Here I cannot execute. So in other languages, right? This car overloading example, I have to take another example, probably arithmetic kind of an example, which is simpler to understand. For example, there is a method called sum, and it needs 2 arguments. The output is 9. Okay, fine. For example, there is another method where I have to pass in strings. I can also pass a string and it has to sum up 5 and 4 and not 54. Okay. Or some other method where different types of arguments are specified. Number of arguments and different types of arguments you can specify. So depending upon that, how do the write it is, if someone is providing 3 arguments, x comma, y comma, z, and specific type of, see this is not Ruby, what I'm writing is not Ruby, especially for overloading. You can write Java or any other C++. So other languages, they'll write this kind of same method, different implementation and different number of arguments. This is called overloading because the same method name repeated multiple times in the same class, right? I'm repeating the same method name, or defining the same method name with the same name multiple times, overloading the method. Okay, let me, so someone asks for sum 54, this method will be called. Someone asks for three digits, this method will be called. Someone asks for strings, this method will be called. Okay, you're understanding? So this is not supported in Ruby. You can't have method with the same name in the same class. If you wanted to give it a try, you can. I'll say put this a dot underscore I. Wrong number of arguments 3 for 2. Line number 36. So if you look at 55, so 55, some will be trying to call this method because it's overridden, right? So 2 arguments you have to provide, you are providing 3 arguments. So argument error. This is not supported. So it means these 2 are overridden by this method. Okay, so it is not supported. Overloading is not supported. So let me give you a car kind of an example to understand better. The same method start, if Ruby supports, right? In other languages, they could write simple start method, the key ignition one. They could write start by passing in automatic, button start. Button start equal to true. Some flag, so that button start cars can call this method with a flag. Okay, so overloaded again, def start button start and automatic transmission. So these kind of cars can all start with the same method name. Key start and manual transmission. So here what is happening is whatever car you define, since you have overloaded the methods, simply call the start method name is same, right? So Nissan.start. So it will take care, this code will take care in order to call the specific method at runtime. Okay, that is called overloading. Ruby does not support overloading. This you can do it in Java, C++, etc. Okay. Any questions on this polymorphism? Overloading, override?
It's clear.
Okay. So went a bit forward. Okay. Arguments. So method accepts arguments. You have to provide those arguments in this fashion. If you don't provide arguments, it will throw in wrong error. Instead of 1 argument, you try to provide 2 arguments. Wrong number of arguments. Okay, so strictly Ruby follows that. Let me quickly write up this sum method so it would be easy for us to understand the concept. I want to add a couple of numbers. See, simply I can say a plus b, x comma a comma b, a plus b, or else I can also say return. Please remember, if it's a single line or if it's the last line in Ruby, you can omit this return. Okay, it means by default you are returning this. Okay, it's nothing like return void or something. We are returning by default. You can either write a return keyword or else omit it. It doesn't matter. Okay. So P1 dot sum 4,6. I did not say put s, right? 10. Now, what if I want to add, the method should behave in such a way that I could add any number of numbers. Okay. So it should be able, the method should handle any number of numbers, not only two. My requirement is that such that I could add my own, I mean, how many I want. In this case, 4 numbers. If that is the case, you can always modify the method argument list, okay, to something called, see, I'll comment this, there is no method sum now, to take arbitrary number of arguments, any number of arguments, okay. So star, if you specify a star before the variable name, this means this method takes an array of arguments or multiple arguments, 0 to n number of arguments. Okay. So now I want to write code in order to get the sum of these numbers. Can I write? What should I write in here in order to get the sum of all these numbers? First, I'll show you what is A, then we can go ahead writing the code. So what is A? A is 4657, an array, right? This A is whatever we provided here, line number 29 is an array. Understood? So once we have an array, what code should I write in order to get the sum of the numbers? Yesterday we discussed sum of an array, all the numbers of an array. Can anyone tell me the method?
Sum.
Exactly, A dot sum. Undefined method sum for array. Why?
Dot each.
Because I am on Ruby 2.1.1. Okay.
Dot flatten, I think.
No.
You want to join 2 or more arrays, right?
No, I want to add the 4 numbers. See, there is nothing problem with, see, I am on Ruby 2.1.1. So that version of Ruby doesn't have the sum method. Okay. So now I am trying to switch to RBM use 2.6. Okay. Now it should work fine. Okay. You got the, what you said is right. A dot sum is the method in order to get the sum of numbers of an array. Okay. Fine. What if I want the method to accept 2 mandatory arguments, 2 for sure, and rest of it might be there or might not be there, but 2 are mandatory arguments. So I could write something like first 2 are mandatory, okay, something like that, and say star C. Now I want, so now how should I call this? So can you tell me, I'm making a call with line number 33. Line number 33. Okay. What is A, what is B, and what is C?
A is 4.
Yes.
And B is 6. And
Exactly.
C is 5 and 7.
Exactly. So A is 4, B is 6, and C is an array 5, 7. Now, how should I write code in order to sum all these numbers?
I have to pass the first two and
Yes, A plus B
one
plus C dot sum, right? Yes. So we got the output 22. So then we are correct. Understood?
yes.
Yes.
I want to give default um, values for the arguments. For example, you don't supply any arguments. Okay. If you don't supply arguments, it has to take that argument as with the default value. Something like that. My requirement is such.
Good value
Simply
in argument.
all these are different ways of writing methods in Ruby. Very important because you'll be basically whatever code we write in Ruby on Rails or any other language are functions, right? So it's pretty. We have to get this concepts of how differently arguments can be supplied to a method in Ruby. Okay. So my requirement is A, comma B, comma C, but I want to have a default value for example, last one. This is 100, for example. A plus B plus C would test even dot sum 50 comma 20. So what will be the output?
170.
Exactly. Once 170 or 170 because I did not provide a C. So it will take as 100. So let us check 200. Now what will be the output?
270.
270. So everyone understood about this, right?
Yes. Clear.
Okay. Now a slightly different way how Ruby works when providing star arguments or optional number of arguments. Okay, or mixed arguments we call. Technically we call mixed arguments. Let me show you. For example, A, B. I want multiple arguments for C and another argument for D. Okay. Now let us write simple numbers will take 1, 2, 3, 4. So what is A, what is B, what is C, and what is D? Can anyone tell me that?
One is A, two is B,
Right.
3 and 4 is C, 5
Yes.
is D.
Right. So as I said, A is 1, B is 2, 3 and 4 array is C and D is 5. Okay. So the same code can be written A plus B plus. Now now what will be the values of A, B, C, D?
Will it be A1, B2, and D3? So nothing for C? Or
Yes.
yeah.
So as we know, star C means 0 or multiple. So A is 1, B is 2, nothing for C, and D is 3, 6. This sounds good. Understood? Any confusion?
Yes.
Yeah. So please, these are different models of how can you declare. So it's mandatory for us to remember all of this. So another one with the default values. I'll use the same number of arguments here. So now what is A, B, C, D, E?
A is 1.
Right?
B also it's 1. It's a default value. C is 3.
Mm-hmm.
D4, E5.
Yeah. But here one thing, please remember B, right? B, it's not overridden. If you don't provide it, then it will be 1. Okay? So,
This case B is 2.
yes, this case B. Or else let us see. I will quickly write inspect because at time we are dealing with arrays also. So 1, 2, and C is an array 3, D4 and E5. Okay. Well, let us reduce 1. So now what do you think the output will be? What is A, C,
A
D?
is 1 and B is 1. And C is array of 3 and D 4.
Yeah, yes. So 1 and 2, C is this, and D 3 and E is 4. This is what is told, right? Same thing. Okay. Let us reduce one more for better understanding. So this one,
and C is empty.
A is 1. Yeah.
E and C is empty.
B and C both are empty.
E and C, I think.
Okay. Okay. Let us see then. A is 1. B is 1. We didn't provide any value, right? So B is 1. C is, I mean, as you know, it's an array. D and E is 3. See, always it takes right from the back. I mean, read it from the back. This way. Right to left.
I think this is not the most perfect way to pass parameters, right?
No, this is just this is an example how Ruby behaves, but it's not.
I'm discussing if I want to use it in real application.
No.
I won't use it like that, right?
No way. You don't use it like that. But things get messed up, you need to know the basics, right? You should not use it. At least you'll see the method declaration should be as simple as possible, right? So that other people can understand, and it would be easy for us to code as well, right? We don't want to make a method argument list this so complex, right? As you said is right. It is perfectly right. What you said, we don't write this kind of complex methods. It would
Okay.
be pretty confusing for the other developer also, right? See, we can write it. See, seniors can write it, but what's the problem is someone junior tries to debug it. It will be pretty problematic for him to understand this, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What you said is right. We don't generally don't write it, but this is how Ruby methods behave. Okay. For example, you have joined in a new project. Already code is written. Someone wrote this kind of. Then you should be able to understand it, right? Okay. Yeah, these are the ways. I mean, we are done with this argument list. Apart from that, we can also add an extra argument to methods that we'll discuss with blocks. So I'll give a brief introduction of blocks, then continue with hash and come back to blocks again, procs and lambdas. So because you need to understand what is a block first. So here in the method declarations, we were able to pass these kind of arguments. Apart from this, I can also pass another argument type, you can call a different argument called a block. B-L-O-C-K, block. I can also pass this to a method. What is a block? Let me tell you what is a block. We have already seen blocks, right? Right. One, if you remember, let me write it here. So in Ruby, blocks are nothing but nameless functions. What is a nameless function? A method without a name. Generally, how do we write methods in Ruby? DEF, right? So, and give it a name, greeting. But if you don't give it, so without a name, a method, if you want to specify in Ruby, we can do that using something called a block. So I can write a block, something like this. This we have already seen, put hello or something. This is a block of code which doesn't have any method name, any name. You can have multiple lines into it by a semicolon, hello world, etc. like that. Multiple lines also you can write in the block of code. Okay. So how do I iterate over this array? Can anyone tell me how do I iterate? It's a dot each, right? A dot each method which I use. Okay, if that is the case, let me open IRB. I said A equals 125.2 underscore a, which is a method to convert a range into an array. A, what I am trying to do, a dot each, right? A dot each. A dot each, if you see, it returns some enumerator object. Enumerator object. Okay. But in order to do something, I'll iterate over and print it, we are passing something called a block, right? A dot each, and we are passing a block, right? Put s x. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Put s. What is this?
Look.
Block. Exactly. Good. Yeah, undefined local variable or method, because this enumerator returns 1 to this block of code. So I should have written a block variable or block argument. Block argument. So this one is a block. It's a nameless function. And this one is a block argument. Got it? So imagine that def each is a method of array class, right? In class array, there is a method called each, right? That is what we are using here on arrays. There would have been something like which accepts a block of code. It is accepting block, right? And it is executing the block here. Then that is what, right? It means this block, this is coming in here, right? In place of block. You're understanding? I'm passing a block of code to the method. Is it everyone able to follow?
This is an example, right? But this is it how each is implemented inside the array class?
No. Okay. Probably I'll take a simpler example then. Okay, let us go ahead with the same sum method here. So that will help us a lot. Okay, sum method and something like this. We know that sum method in here, it accepts how many arguments?
None.
0, right? None.
Yes.
So it has printed. So it accepts none, but I was able to pass one, right? One argument. This is also an argument, right? You understanding? In Ruby, we can provide a block as argument to a method. We need not specify something like X and all. By default, you can specify. If you specify some X, so the method thinks that a mandatory argument is required. So it will say wrong number of arguments. So I have to provide some argument to it. Apart from that, I can always pass an optional argument called block or a nameless function. I am passing for a function, I am passing another function. It's something like closures in JavaScript. People with JavaScript knowledge, they know closures, function within a function. We write function within a function and again a callback, etc., etc., right? So the same concept. Here we are passing this function to some function. Got it? Right? Any questions on this? Any questions on this? Please
Can you give us an example for a block to be called inside a method and executed?
Yeah, the next step is that, right? So here I passed a block, but I did not do anything with the block. I did not execute that block in the method. How to execute is by the keyword called yield. Okay, yield, if there is block provided as argument to this method, then it will execute that block. So this is the sum method, first line 45 being called, and the next one hello from block, which is your yield, right? You could execute that block. Now you understood what's going on,
Yes.
right? So I can pass a block of code as argument to this. If that is the case, c1 dot sum and pass 20 and try to execute it. What happened? The problem is we didn't pass a block to the method, but we are trying to execute that, right?
We have to remove yield.
So always, please, if you're writing any kind of methods which accept block, please remember to use this method if block underscore given question mark. This will check whether a block is given to this method or not. Sorry, let me close this. Yes. So it will only execute the first part because block is not given. This is an if condition, right? If block is given, you yield it. Otherwise, you don't yield it. Got it? Very important method if you are writing any methods which involve blocks. Okay? Mandatory to write it. Any questions? Can I continue?
It's clear to me.
So some, for example, if I'm trying to yield this, a block given, and try to say some I'll provide a block argument. So what will be the output? This will be executed here. What is X? Nothing. Did not provide any X value, right? So nothing happens actually. It doesn't print anything. So if I want to print something, right, I have to pass an argument. See, what is this block? Nameless function or nameless method, right? So imagine this is a nameless method. Just like your sum method here accepts how many arguments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Example, 5 arguments. And here, this nameless function accepts how many arguments? Line number 68. Nameless function or block accepts how many arguments? Can anyone tell me? This one?
Many number?
One
Numbers?
argument.
One argument.
Oh,
Okay, because what from the beginning we are saying that this is a block argument. Okay. The sum method here is accepting 3 arguments, right? But this nameless function is accepting only 1 argument. Now this nameless function is accepting how many arguments? How many it wants?
2.
2 arguments, right? Okay. Put this y. Now we'll provide these arguments to this block. So what I'll do while yielding, I will say 1, 2. So these are passed as arguments to this block 1 and 2, right? Understood? Any confusion? Okay. Now this nameless function accepts 3 arguments. What is the value of z then, or z? What will be the value of z?
0.
No, nil.
Nil.
Okay, nil. Did not print anything, right? But it is nil. If you want to say inspect nil. Okay, fine. Generally, methods for understanding purposes they write it like this: ampersand block or block, something like this block. So if I'm using it with a keyword, something like a block or A or B or C, something like this, I can say v dot hop expected one. So this means this method accepts a block. We are specifying for people. A programmer looking at this method can clearly understand. Okay, there is this method accepts a block. The ampersand v or amp. Generally, they write it in this fashion: ampersand block. So that they say block.com. Okay, I want to provide arguments 1, 2, 3. Then it would print those 3 arguments. Okay, understood? So we'll have a quick break for 5 minutes and we'll resume. Okay.
Okay. شباب بس
في بنات لو سمحت.
لا لا بس اطمن بس كله فاهم.
هي بس الجزئيه الاخيره دي يعني
انا
فيها
سبت
نستد
الموضوع.
شويه، فيها نستد شويه بس
انا الصراحه سبت الموضوع.
ماشي الحال يعني.
انا عارف يعني ايه ارجمنت اصلا ولا عارف ان هو بيعملوا ايه، فانا سايب الموضوع. انا بعت الايميل وخلاص.
الارجيومنتس اللي هي البارامترز اللي بتاعت الميثود يا اشرف.
أنا فاهم، انا مش فاهم. انت راجل انت راجل بتكتب كود، انا مش كتبتش كود. انا خلاص انا يعني ده مش كده. هو ضياع بضياع.
تمر الدنيا معاك ايه؟
شفت الحمد لله ولا فاهم حاجه.
انا رايي اشرف يعني ممكن تساله بسيط يعني، بس غلط تسيب الموضوع يعمل جاب معاك يعني هيبقى استفادتك.
أنا كل مره باجي اتكلم وكل مره باجي افهم، هو بيدي بريف كيس بس عن الموضوع وخلاص. ده فهم. مش انا ما اعرفش مثلا انتوا بتكتبوا ايه بعد ايه انتوا في كلاس. يا جماعه انا مش ديفلوبر، انا مش زيكم، انتوا كلكم ديفلوبر، انا مش ديفلوبر.
Okay, let's speak in English for Amr. I think
It's
you should,
okay, guys. No problem.
Ashraf, I think you should ask him, try to ask him or take like 10 minutes with him after the session, something like this.
No, he will not respond. I tried.
انا متهيألي نخلينا بالعربي احسن يا دابو.
انا كده كده جربت. انا كده كده جربت معاك.
يا جماعه طب بقيه الناس ايه طيب؟
معلش يعني معلش انا مش شايف اي حاجه تدريب عملي على الموضوع. مفيش حاجه عمليه عندي على الموضوع.
يا ريت يا جماعة الباقي يقول رأيه عشان لو في correction أو حاجة نوجه الراجل له يعني. خليل،
معلش يا احمد، انا
سارة، اتفضل.
بالنسبه لي انا كانت الدنيا يعني انا راجل مش ديفلوبر ومش فاهم الكلام ده كله. واحد زيرو ببتدي معاك روبي من زيرو. يا تفهمني روبي صح يا هتكعبل خلاص. طب ما انا كنت قريت الدوكيومنتيشن وارتحت. ادام انت بتقرا الدوكيومنتيشن.
طب يا جماعه بقيه الناس صح، بقيه الناس ايه طيب عشان نشوف
أنا مع أشرف بشغلة إنه إذا ما فهم المفروض يشرح لي إياها. أوكي. لأنه هيك ولا هيك هم دافعين الكورس، فالمفروض الكل يفهم. وزي ما حكى أشرف في شغلة بتختلف هون بالكورس، إنه كل واحد في عنده مثلا في developers وفي لا، فبواجهوا مشاكل شوي. فأنا مع إنه أشرف يسأل عادي، يعني خد راحتك، مو إنه مثلا عشان إحنا فاهمين وحكينا كلير. ترى إحنا مرات نحكي كلير مو عشان يعني كيف أحكيك إنه أوكي إحنا معه، بس بنحكي له كلير عشان يمشي بالموضوع. فأنت إذا مو فاهم عادي بتقدر توقفه وتحكي له إنه اشرح لي هاي.
انا جربت معاه كده، فهو اكتشفت ان هم مربوطين بتايم معين. يعني هو تايم معين لازم يخلص فيه حاجات معينه.
ما هي دي بقى يعني الروبي كتير والمفروض ان انت بتطبق، هي دي النقطه يعني
المفروض في براكتيكال تريننج كل يوم. بلاش يا سيدي هوم ورك.
فهو مضغوط الكورس جدا يعني.
هو المشكله كمان يا معتز هو بيجري في حاجات يعني فاهم. لو في حاجه معينه مثلا او في حاجه انت مش فاهمها هو بيجري فيها يعني. تيجي ترجع له تاني قول طب وضح لي الحته دي، تلاقيه هو كمان لو بيدي فيها مثال بيجري فيها يعني ما بيقفش كده.
ما هو ده اللي سمر كانت بتقوله من شويه يعني يعني مثلا انت شايف ان هو ان الحته دي مش هضمها، انت مثلا ممكن توقفه وتقول له مثلا طب لا زود لي اصل ده كورس انت المفروض تطلع منه وانت فاهم يعني.
انا اخر مره بكلمه قال لي انا خلاص هنشرحها بعدين وشكرا.
حتى لو بيدي فيها مثال تاني يا معتز
لا
هو
فكروا يعني ممكن مثلا الجزئيه اللي انت قلت له انت مثلا هتشرحها دي لسه يعني انت هتشرحها بعدين لسه ما جاتش وقتها ولا احنا عديناها كده وخلاص عشان انا مش فاهم بس يعني. الجزئيه بس هي في التطبيق اللي انا شايفه ان احنا المفروض مثلا يعني مثلا الاري دي فيها شغل كتير، المفروض ناخد عليها مثلا براكتس، ناخد عليها حاجه. صح ادامه كده ولا ايه؟
شورت جروب في الاري. معلش انتوا مثلا في الميثودز او في الكلاس انتوا تكتبوا الكود، هو بيكتب الكود على اساس ان احنا كلنا فاهمين هاو تو رايت ذا كود. يعني انت ازاي تكتب كود انت كلنا عارفينه؟ لا انا يا سيدي انا واحد ابيض، انا ما فيش، انا بلطة يا سيدي، غبي، بني ادم غبي، فهمني.
Yeah, hi. I'm back. So, shall we resume? Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes,
can hear you.
Carry
You can continue.
What's the difference
for me
between
look is a little a big confusion for me. Just as well as I don't know what is right, what is the argument as well. I am not a developer to understand all this. I need to understand everything.
So, you mean you don't know what is an argument, right?
Yeah, I know it is like it is not big. It is not. I'm not developer to know the argument. I need to know the argument, and I need to know what is the part. How to you write the class here. You write the method inside the class. I know the method. I know the class. But the part you write it down the class to put or to print this class or to execute this class. No. I need to know how to write it with the right way as well.
Okay. Ahmad, can you help me understanding what the problem is?
I think Ashraf needs he missed a lot of terminology for programming.
Okay.
So this is what he's complaining of.
So which parts actually?
Yes, because last time I studied programming, it was from 12 years ago.
Okay.
Okay, this last time I touched programming.
Okay.
So I all washed up.
So, I mean, if you really don't understand what is, I mean, the argument, I'm calling this an argument, right? So, stop me at that point so that I can explain you better. See, if now you don't understand the argument, right? I mean, whole of Ruby is about methods and function, methods and classes only. So, you understand what is a class? Why do you write a class,
Yes,
right?
yes, I know the class and I know the method.
Right. So arguments are nothing but what you pass to a method. That's it. Whatever you pass to a method, that are arguments. Okay. We need food, right? Food for us. Those are arguments. For example, we a human eating is a method. For eating method, what do you provide? You can provide burgers. You can provide pizzas. You can provide rice, etc., etc. So these are arguments. Different arguments for a method, a functionality. Okay.
We added the argument to the method because it's like it is the engine of the method.
Yeah.
Or as you said, as the expression is the fuel of it.
For example, let me ask you a simple question then.
Yes.
There is a method called drive. Sorry. And from place X. I mean, you can tell me the place X. I don't know much. For example, I know Riyadh, right? So Riyadh to some place. Can you tell me any other city? Kuwait or something? I don't know.
تمام.
Spell? Can you spell?
DMM.
AD.
No. DAM.
DM.
M again. AM.
Okay. So this question is, I want to drive from X place Riyadh to Dammam. Dammam. Yeah. So what do I require?
a car and the road.
Yes. So for not to drive, first of all, this is called, 1 second, what is that? Transport mode of transport, right? And what else? Route map if required. If you know, you not. Then fuel also you require. Okay.
Yes.
So drive is a method. Here I hard coded Riyadh. So this is
Okay.
source, right?
Okay. Yes.
One argument. Destination,
Okay.
another argument. Mode of transport, another argument. You might go by a car, someone else might go a bus, someone else might go by a taxi, someone else might go by a truck. A lot of different ways, right? Okay, fuel. Because fuel also changes from this and this destinations, right? So how much fuel, or you can omit it. So these are the required parameters in order to calculate the drive, or else calculate fuel required. This is the method.
Okay.
Okay, you're calculating fuel required. You need to use source, destination, mode of transport. These things are not required, right? You understood? So these are arguments. So if you give these arguments, I'll be able to calculate the fuel required for this trip. Someone will ask for Riyadh and Dammam. Someone will ask from one place to another place from another place. So it depends. Got it? Now you understood?
But it is depends on the argument.
Yes, functionality. Depends on the functionality. For example, okay, you're ordering food, right? For ordering food, there, for example, a family of 4, a family of 3, a family of 2, a family of 8. There are different family sizes, right?
Yes.
So if they order food, you want to show some suggestions. Show suggestions. Right?
Okay.
I'm writing an elaborate method name, but generally don't write family size. For example, this is the method. What are the arguments you need to provide to this?
As size of the food.
Size of the family, that's it. So depending on the size of the family, you'll write code. If family size is 4, show these items. Okay, you have some items, right, which are suitable for, which will be sufficient for
Okay.
family. You got it, right? Else
Yeah,
if
I got this. Yes.
so, like this, in programming, we write methods to do a particular functionality. Whatever you want to show in the front end. See, the front end engineer will take all this data which the function returns and puts it on the on the view,
Yeah.
so that the user can see it. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So where are we now? On blocks, right? So block. So once you understood these arguments, this is also a method, but it doesn't have a name. That's it. This also takes arguments.
Does not have what?
Name.
Name. Yes.
Name. Okay.
Okay.
This also takes arguments, just like the earlier method, source, destination, etc., etc. Okay. That is called a block in Ruby. Right.
This is called the block.
Block. So we were discussing, if I give a block, I want to clearly, for a user, for a developer, if I write like this, he can clearly sense that this method is requiring a block because there is ampersand. Okay, ampersand block means, okay, this method is accepting a nameless function, nameless method. Okay, and this nameless method has 3 more arguments. Understood?
Okay, can you write to me the definition of the block itself? The,
Yeah, I did. Okay. See, block is a nameless function. That's what we wrote it already. Okay. Already wrote it at the start. Block is a nameless function or nameless method. Okay.
Yes.
So this is a method, but what is a block? Block is something which is written in this. Blindly, if you want to remember, if you write something in here, or x equal to 100, you write something in here. This is a block. This is also a method. Okay.
It is a method, but without name.
Yeah, exactly. This is a method without name.
Yeah.
Okay. This method is accepting how many arguments? 1. Right? X. 1 argument, right? This method is accepting how many arguments?
About 2.
No, 0. 0. 0 arguments. If I provide how many arguments now? 1.
That means wrong. Okay.
Yeah, now
that means inside the block, if I have like argument like x equal 100 and x plus 7, it is a method inside the block, not an argument.
Not argument. I mean, if you don't give it, not argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you give this only modulus, then these 2 are arguments. I mean, don't take it like something else. R comma 0, R comma O. 2 arguments. Okay.
Okay.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Nameless functions or blocks or nameless methods can also be written in this fashion: do and end. So whatever code you write, you have written here, right? So instead of curly brackets, you can use do and end. So this block accepts how many arguments?
It is two arguments. It should be.
No, 0. 0, right?
From do to end, it is only the block. It is only have the method inside. Method, a block method.
These are block arguments.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 now. So you can write this in this way also. Okay. Fine. Now, so if that is the case, so will this call the method sum?
Okay.
Yeah, it calls that, right? Undefined variable method X for main object, because
But variable. because it don't have an argument.
Yeah. So we did not give an argument purposefully. Otherwise, it would execute. So X, Y, Z. Similar. Instead of that curly brackets, in line number 75, we have given the lengthier version of a block, do and end. We have used do and.
Okay, so curly brackets is do and end.
Right. So this is about blocks. Understood?
Here, x and y and z, we consider it as a block variable.
Yeah, block variable. They are block variables. Yes. Right. Yes. What you said is right.
What about if we pass regular variable in this?
What do you mean by
function, you write in the function, you write the sum function a plus b, something like that. And
something like a comma.
You pass in down, you pass a regular variable. Can you do it?
You want to access that variable here.
Leave x and y and z and add in the function itself, add a plus b, for example.
Yeah, you can add. You can add.
Yeah.
1 second.
Okay. I want to see pose. I want to see the pose block variable and regular variable in the output.
Is it for sum itself? Because now we are passing A and B to sum, but when we are doing B1.sum, we are not passing anything. So I think 100 and 200 should be with sum.
Yes, and output should display 300 first, right?
Yeah, let us first modify it. Then we can. Syntax.
So this as well is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a syntax error. Sorry. See, this one should be passed in here, right?
Have to put a equal 100 or.
Now it will work. That's a syntax error. Sorry. So it did not print anything because I did not print anything. So I'll say press.
P1 equal person dot new this execute of the method.
Yeah. Let us say we have to print this somehow.
I think you should put in the block call this x and y and z in the function.
1 second. For example, this is C. So let us debug. Put as C, A, this B. Okay, we have A and B. So I think C should also get printed. Yes, 300. But block dot call. Oh. So I did return, so it is returning. So what you can do is C. What's D? So as simple as that, we can do this. 306. Right? This is what you required. Okay.
So what happened here exactly in this method?
Pardon?
What's the method here? It is a block as well or not?
This is a block. So this is a block always.
But the definition and the definition of method in the class, it is not a block. It is a regular function, right?
Yeah, this is a regular function. A and B are arguments of 100 and 200 are argument of regular function. Okay.
You write a block to call the block. You write the block in the argument of the method to call the function, right?
Yes. I'm calling this function basically some function.
Okay.
And this block I pass, this piece of code, this nameless function, I pass to this method in here.
Yeah.
I'm calling that using call 3 arguments xyz 1 2 3. Okay, this 1 2 3 will be passed here.
Yeah.
1 plus 2 plus 3 6 will be returned into D. 200 300 plus 6 306 306. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you write this argument, this argument inside the method of the class itself?
Pardon? I'm not getting it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So you asked me about?
Yes, I am asking about this argument, the last 3 lines.
Mm-hmm.
This is an argument, right?
Yeah, these are the arguments. Yes, these are the arguments.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, can we put it inside the class itself, not in the class, inside the method?
See, we can put it, but it's not advisable, right? Okay, if you don't want this here, leave it. But what values will be passed to XYZ?
I mean, can we move this 3 lines inside the method itself, or we cannot do this?
To get the output, no, you can't do that. See, for a method, we are passing the concept. What I am trying to explain you is, I can pass a method to another method. So there is no point in writing this piece in here, right?
This what? Again, please.
The concept what we are discussing right now is how to pass a nameless function or a block to a regular method. Okay.
Yeah.
So writing this block inside another regular method doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Okay, so when we write the block inside the regular method, we will not write it inside the method itself. It will write it after
Yes.
the method.
Yes, it is not. I mean, it's not. What you can write it. You can write this piece inside it. You can write it, but what do you achieve by writing it? Nothing.
It will not do the same function.
Yeah. What will you achieve? Nothing. You can write VLC. I'll write the shortcut form so it's easy for you to understand.
Syntax.
Yeah, that is the problem.
So Ruby will not accept any block argument inside the method or inside the regular.
No, we can do that by another way, but that is out of not out of scope. That is the next chapter. What we'll discuss: how to create blocks inside a regular.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is about blocks. And anything I missed? Cross check. Okay. So if that is the case, let us discuss about types of blocks, which we're trying to discuss right now. Types of blocks in Ruby. There are two types. One is proc, another is lambda. Two types of blocks are there. Apart from the regular block. What is the regular block? This one or this one, the regular block. The regular blocks can be used in scripting. Okay, it means outside the class. But as you said, if you want to have a block inside a method, okay, I want to write a block inside a method.
Okay.
Because earlier we tried writing regular block. Are we able to do it? No, right? Syntax error. So I want to have a block inside a regular method, then I have to use something called procs or lambdas. Okay, how to write that?
Sure.
Now you get the point?
Yes, I get the point for the block, for the regular block and the Amazon.
Right. So proc is written in this fashion: proc.new. Write something like put as similarly, lambda can be written lambda this is the lambda. Okay, how to call this using the call method what we discussed earlier. So I want to call this, I can say p dot call or and l dot call.
Okay.
This is a proc, this is a lambda. As simple as it. Okay. So if there are two types of blocks, there should be some differences between them, right? Otherwise, why would Ruby provide two versions of block, right? So there are certain differences while using procs and lambdas. So depending upon the situation, you have to use whatever is required for you. Okay. In Ruby on Rails, maybe use lot of procs and lambdas, especially in models. Okay, models, we have models, right? MVC models in the Ruby Rails application. We use procs and lambdas, especially on the validation part and association part. Okay. Now, let us see the differences between this procs and lambda. So, please, please follow carefully, because depending on your requirement, you can use whatever is required, proc or lambda. First one is arguments. So look at here in proc.new line number 88. How many arguments that proc requires? How many arguments it's taking?
One block.
In line number 88, yeah, block. Proc. What is the number of arguments?
It's only one. It is regular. It is regular block, right?
No, it is zero.
Zero.
It did not provide any arguments, right? Zero.
Let's talk about this.
Okay. Zero arguments. So let us do one thing. We would try to provide this nameless function requires two arguments. Okay. Similarly, this nameless function requires two arguments. So I will first call the proc. Okay. I'm trying to execute the proc. Yes, this is a proc. It is happily printing it or executing. This line is happily executing. Now let us come to l.call. What happened? Number of arguments. Given 0, you expected 2. So how many did we give for call? 0. But lambda is expecting 2. So now what do you understand?
Proc ignore the argument and lambda required. Argument is required in lambda.
Right. Procs do not care about the arguments or number of arguments passed to it. Okay. Now, okay, if that is the case, I will provide it two arguments. Okay, lambda. See, for this, if you provide the n number of arguments also, it doesn't complain. P.call. Lambda executed because I gave two arguments. Let me give three arguments. Wrong number of arguments, given 3, expected 2. So it is behaving strictly as Ruby methods, right?
So it is required 2 only.
Yes. Lambda
Consider as a message.
Yes.
As a message. But proc we consider it as a simple block, yani, for using for single code, right?
Yes. The lambda is strict on number of arguments. This is the first difference. Second difference is about return statements. I write a proc or a lambda inside a method. So now I am writing a proc or a block inside a method. With regular block, I can't write it in a method, so I make use of proc or a lambda. Okay, let us write. There is a method called def, for example, proc return. And there is a method called lambda return, for example. Inside this, I write a proc dot new some code. I'll say return Similarly, I write it in here instead of proc.new, I will say lambda. How to call this proc? Right? Now I'll execute proc return.
Or what?
I want to execute proc return. Okay. Proc is being called inside the method. This is the output. Okay. So what happened? When you call this proc return, it went in here. This proc got instantiated. We called it. It returned this string and came out of the method itself, right? Did not execute the next statement. Yes or no?
He didn't execute it.
Did not execute the line number 102 because in 101 we called it, so and the proc had a return keyword. So this scenario is proc or lambda defined inside a method with return keyword in it. Okay, this is the scenario. So there is a return, so it returns, it will execute this, it will come out of the method itself, like method return. Okay. Let's see about lambda now. Comment this out. Put as lambda return. Lambda method return. So in case of lambda, what is the difference? Can anyone tell me the difference?
execute 111.
Right. It executes the later statements as well. Okay, for example, I want to return L dot call is final str, something like this. Okay, I want to return this. Lambda is being called inside the method lambda method return, right? So I can make use of this code's output, okay, and do computing in the next lines, right? You got it?
Again, please, this part.
Okay. So what I meant to say is, I can make use of the output of this call, lambda call, and continue with the value that this method has returned, nameless function. I can use it in the method. Here I can't use it, right? Because it is coming out of the method. Here I can use it. So I used it. So final str plus lambda method return. So now you get this. So the next consecutive, the later statements also will be get executed inside a lambda. So which is advantageous? Lambda or proc?
Lambda it is execute until the last line, right?
Right, the last line, yes. So see, functionality wise, lambda is better, but if your scenario is such that you have to return, then you can use a proc. Okay, got it?
If I have more than 2 arguments, can I use lambda also? Lambda also? Hello? I didn't hear you.
Clear block method or
If I can I use 2 arguments, more than 2 arguments inside lambda?
you mean here?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Maximum y. Yeah, but here you have to pass xy. Otherwise, you'll get argument error, right? Argument error. So you have to pass xy here, 3, 4 or some objects. Okay, you can pass. In the example, I did not provide you, but you can pass arguments. Okay.
So we can do more than 2 arguments inside lambda.
Yeah, 2 arguments, 3 arguments, how many ever arguments you can specify. There is no hard and fast rule that only these number of arguments should be there. Okay. Understood? So another difference, the last difference. So here the case is outside a method. Earlier it was inside a method. Now it is outside the method. It means this is pulled out outside. Okay. And this is pulled out outside. Okay. How to call this method? I have to pass this as an argument again. P or for proc I have to pass P. So now what do you think the output will be? Any guesses?
What we'll put in with B?
Pardon?
Again, please. Or what's your question?
Okay. Can you tell me the output of this method? Output of this method?
The proc method return. It will be the line of
He will
output
call B.
1, 2, 3.
It will call B. This process is being called inside the machine.
Okay, right. And what about 123?
I think it will be this line,
Yes,
not
exactly.
the first one, because it
Yes,
will execute the last return.
yes, it will not execute. Yes, you are right. It will not execute last return. Okay, I have to say PROC. My bad. Proc.call return. So it came out of the method.
What?
This proc, it called it and it came out of the method. Now coming to lambda,
So what happened at 132?
132, this came out of, it returned out of the method.
Yeah, but it wasn't displayed, right?
To see the output, yes. So 132 first.
The proc dot call it did not return. That's what you say, right?
Yeah, it wasn't displayed.
Yeah.
Will not return anything.
That is the difference actually. It did not return anything.
Not,
It came out of the method. That's what I'm saying. Came out of the method.
what?
It has returned out of the method.
Return out the method.
Yeah.
So
Here, simply say hello. Here, as earlier, okay, it executes the last statement. Okay. So
And what about the procedure?
see, that's what I'm saying. See, line 132 will not do anything at all. Basically, it will not even return this also. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yes, why?
That is the behavior of it.
So if we moved the line 120 inside the method, it will return, right?
Yes.
As before.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So what's the difference now?
Now it won't return anything. Once it encountered this keyword, right, it will not even return this, whatever following it. It will simply come out of the method. It will return nothing.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference? You mean this, what I can extract as a rule that...
I got it. I mean to say, don't use this scenario with proc. Okay. See, earlier, or if you do it on IRB in earlier versions, we used to get an error actually. Something I'll just switch to your two particular on that 2.1 something like this. So I'm on 2.1. and say IRB. Same scenario, copy, paste. See? There was an error, local jump error. It will not execute at all. But in recent versions, they modified it to execute but do nothing. Okay? So at runtime, there might be a problem, right? So they did like that. But earlier, in earlier versions, when we were working 10 years back or so, we had local jump error. Okay, understood. So you should not use this. This is just for difference's sake that I'm telling you. Okay? Don't use this version of proc at all. So in such cases, when you want a block outside a method, always use lambda. Okay?
So lambda is more flexible than proc.
Yes.
It will be executed without it is out write it out inside the method.
Yes.
Okay.
So any questions on blocks? It's a bit complex, but okay. Right then we'll see about method returns. How to return values inside a method. I'll take a new one. I won't write a class now. I'll directly write a method. Scripting. Okay. Method. Okay, I'll take default sum. So if I call this method, what will be returned? What is the return value of this method?
Nil.
Nil.
Right. Sorry. Nil. Right. Now what will be the output?
Integer.
Right.
Yeah.
Now?
Same, I think.
Yes, same. Now?
Array.
An array, right? I mean, this scenario?
Tuple.
Again an array. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, please remember this. This will return an array. Okay. Now what will it return?
Again, the last array, 100, 200.
No, we have an error.
Yes. I have to write a return, sorry. Yeah.
Or you can put comma.
Pardon? Comma.
Yeah, delete the return and put comma after 500. So I think it will be an array also.
Yeah, it's
right.
Yes, you're right. Okay, now the output
500.
500.
Error also.
Sorry. But it would be 500 only. Right?
Yes.
I mean,
Why?
earlier I should have written like this to avoid the syntax error. Okay. If you want to avoid the syntax error, right?
No, I
Directly.
mean we have to return. So it will return two values. One of them is integer and the other one is array, right? But why it returns only 500?
Oh, no. See, this is one line and this is other line of code.
Yes.
Oh, you want me to return this one as well? Something like this.
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that.
I cannot write two returns in one method.
In any method, in any language, you can't write two returns, right?
Yeah.
Only one will get executed. You can write it, but only one gets executed.
Which one? Last one or first one?
First return.
First one. See, anywhere in the method, if it found a return, what do you mean by return? Come out of the method, right?
Output.
The output, yes.
Right. So it would return, it encountered return, it will come out with this value.
And it will skip the other one.
Yeah, it will not skip it. It won't execute it won't execute the rest of the statements at all. It will come out of this method itself. Once it encounters return, right? That's it. It will come out of the method. You're only telling it to go out, return, right? You return out of this method. That's what we are saying. All right?
Okay.
Also return to we'll get to one of returns, right?
Yes.
First one.
There is one.
So I don't write a return. Now what will be returned?
We'll get the continuous one.
The last one by default, 100, 200 will be returned, right?
But also line 5 for its continuous return without writing it in Ruby.
Without?
In Ruby, you said if we didn't write return, it means this will return the value.
Yes, the last line. Yes, you're right. The last line by default it will return. Yes.
Okay.
If you don't write return,
we'll get the last line.
Last line return.
So return to it will specify the output.
Yeah, output of that method generally. That is why we write methods, right?
Yeah.
In order to return something, the method should return something, right? In order to do some functionality, it has to do some functionality and return to another method. Generally, we would chain methods and methods and methods, right? Okay. Any other scenario? What will be the output?
It will
200.
500. Return X
Nil. Because I said it to come out. Come out, I did not say it to return with an value. If I said X, right,
True.
then it would be 500. Got it?
I got it. Because
Now, what will be the output?
300.
300, that's it. Right? So understood how return works, right?
yeah.
In a method. Now we'll discuss about an important concept called self. In Ruby on Rails or Ruby, wherever you see code, mostly you'll see some kind of one keyword called self, right? This is called, in other languages, it's called current object. In any of the languages, it's called current object. What is a current object? Let's understand what is a current object, then we can go ahead with the explanation of scope. To understand this, I'll write something like this. There is a method. Don't worry about this piece of line. Okay, this line number 2 you ignore for now. So first, what is self? Self is the current object. What do you mean by current object? The, the, the object which is executing a particular method at that particular instance, at that particular point of time, is called current object. For example, the same example, you have a bicycle, okay? A physical bicycle. First, Simon takes the bicycle and he is riding the bicycle. Who is riding the bicycle now? Simon, right? So the current object is Simon because he is performing the job of cycling, right?
Yes.
Now, Simon got down and John Doe or Doe has sat on the bicycle and now he is starting. Who is the current object? Doe is the current object. Okay. Same example that we are writing here. So self is current object. So I'll first say Simon dot start cycling. So I said put a self. So according to this, who is riding the bicycle now?
Simon.
Simon. So it should print Simon. Yes, right? Got it right. Simon. Name is Simon. So I'll modify. So self is whoever is performing the job. I'll modify this to put as self dot name is riding the bicycle. Okay. Simon is riding the bicycle. Similarly, second dough comes into picture here, right? So same method, first time self has printed the current object Simon, second one, next the current object dough, right? You're understanding? We got the concept of current object, right? Whoever is performing the particular job, that particular method is the current object. Any questions on this? Self keyword?
I need more examples.
Okay. Okay. Another example. So what is self in here? Can anyone tell me what is self in here?
A.
A. Because who is the current object here? The class itself. So this is A. This is a bit tricky here. Put a self. Line number 20, what will be the output? I mean, it's pretty difficult to tell. It would be main, because Ruby execution of a program starts from main object. So that you cannot see, I mean, so we don't get a hold of it. So just for knowledge purpose, so if it is outside, put a self would be always be main. Okay, so don't, it's just kind of an interview kind of a question. Nothing to do.
What about the model? It will
Then,
be the same?
yeah, next I'm coming to that only. Step method.
So it is self. When I put self outside the class, it will came with the output inside with the main class. صح? Right?
See, this is not required.
Not required.
This is not required. This is only for interview purposes kind of question. If you put outside a class, it would be main, because any file execution of Ruby will start from main object. Okay. Not required. This is not required. Don't worry about it. Okay. Put as self. First of all, if I want to execute this method, what should I say?
Create a new object.
Yeah, I don't know display. So who is self here?
Display.
A object, right?
The object, not display.
So displayed, right? This is wrong. Okay. Okay, you want to name it as A. I'll name it. We name this as B. Okay. So this one is A and this one is B. Whoever is calling the method, that is self. Any other, this is instance method. Coming to method. How should I write a class method? A dot something like so. Okay. And here I'll how to call this method? Directly. A dot show, right? So if you call this method, who is self here?
Sure.
Self is class A.
Again.
Who is calling? Show method. A, right? Class methods are called directly by class names. So class is directly calling show method. So self is A only. That is why they write methods in this fashion, self dot. So shortcut is self dot. Self, because self, what is self inside a class? Inside a class, self is the class only. That is A. So that is right. A dot, instead of writing A dot show, they'll write self dot show. Any questions?
Oh, so all self here it will come it will return with the class itself.
Yes, you're right.
Because we put because after the class after we define the class we put self, and after that define the methods inside.
Yeah.
But number 25, it will return the object, not returning the A.
Which one? Can you specify the line number?
Line 25. So you create in line 3 and 35 A object and B object. So the self, it will return the A object and the B object, not the
Yeah.
A class.
See, we just printed, we did not return, but yeah, it had, this is the A object, the first one. The second one is the B object. Yes, you're right. Okay, if you want the correct example, for example, I mean, someone with no programming, anyone with no programming background, right? Okay. Via your application, for example, there would be a method called order in the orders class, right? Generally, there will be order method, right? Okay, or add to order, something like that. User there is user Abdul, this is user Rahman. In the mobile apps or whatever the online apps, multiple people will call this method or not, right? Ordering food, you order your food from an app, you try to add and say order, there is only one method order in this whole code, right? Method, right? Yes or no? In whole of your application, order method is only one, right?
Yes, only one.
Yeah, but thousands of people are calling daily that method. Yes or no? So whoever is executing for in this second, that guy is excuse me, that guy is self, current object. For example, Abdul is ordering something. He is the current object for this method. Rahman is ordering the next moment. He is the current object for that method. Okay. Whoever is, simply remember, whoever is performing that job, that executing that current method is the current object. Okay. Any confusion? Any confusion? Can I continue? Okay.
Can we take a break just for 10 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm planning actually. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Just 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back. So we were discussing about blocks, right?
Yes, and self also.
Yeah, self. Basically self. Yeah, we are done with self, right? So let us start off with hashes. But I have one other keyword called super. I'm just planning, can I take it up now? Initialize and super. Probably I'll take it up after hashes. It's a better thing, I guess. Okay. So hash is another collection in Ruby. We can declare this using curly brackets. Okay. This is an empty hash. Why do we need a hash? For example, I want to store countries and their capitals. Okay. Something like country, India, and its capital. Okay. So I want to store these kind of key value pairs. Can I do it in an array? I can't
Yes.
do that in an array. No, I can't store it in an array, right? I can store, see, all these values I can store, but I can't relate India to Delhi, Australia to Canberra, and similarly, and so on. I can't relate them, right? I can't say for sure. So if I want to store key value pairs, this is the key, this is the value, or vice versa. If I want to store that kind of a data, something like this. This is one element in a hash. Second element in a hash. Third, last one. So using this hash, I can store this. So if I am able to store it, clearly you can see here with our eyes only, we can say, okay, India is Delhi, okay, Australia is Canberra, and so on. So this is how we create a hash for storing key value pairs. Okay. It's the same thing. I mean, for example, in your application, taking into your application consideration, considering your application, for example, user orders one bread and one curry or something. Curries two. and price 4. So how would you track those, right? In order to store this, you need to use a hash kind of data structure collection, right? Then you can say, okay, bread 3, curry 2, price 4, right? You can't do this in an array, right? It would be sequential data like this, one after the element, two after other. So you need to make use of something called hash. So how to create a hash? This is called the key and this is called the value. Simply in this fashion, you can create it by yourself, instantiate, or else you can add key value one by one. For example, here itself, H of Saudi Arabia is equal to the key Saudi Arabia. We are giving the value. Okay. So if you look at H now, even Saudi Arabia would be added to the hash, right? A new key value pair. How many key value pairs or how many elements are there in this hash?
5.
5, right? So 5 elements are there in this hash. How many keys are there?
5.
5. Values? 5. Now, if I say H of Saudi Arabia is the amount, if you look at H, it gets overridden. Okay?
Will not added it. For the same key, we will not added another value for the same key.
Keys are unique.
Unique.
Okay? Yes.
Unique key and unique value.
Value is not unique.
Value is not unique. Okay.
Key is unique.
Okay.
You can, for example, yeah, that's the same example. See, if you said Saudi Arabia again, it will override the value. It will not create a new key value pair. Okay? Because keys are unique in a hash. Okay? Understood?
Okay.
So I want to retrieve the capital of Saudi Arabia. Simply say H of Saudi Arabia. Or something like H of India. Delhi. Okay. How to iterate through a hash? H dot each. I'll use a shortcut. Key value put as it is India capital is Delhi, Australia capital is so on. So key. So whenever we are using iteration, we have to specify 2 block arguments. Okay, this enumerator each will give you 2 block arguments, key and value. Okay.
So this is broke argument.
Yeah. It's a simple block.
When we use it with hashes, we need to use each, and after that we write the argument.
Yes, 2 arguments. For array, we only used 1.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I use lambda with the hash as well?
Which one?
The lambda block.
Oh, I didn't get it. Can anyone?
We have two types of blocks, right?
Yeah, lambda.
Yes.
No, this is not. This is simple block. Regular block.
This is the regular one. This is broke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean that the another type we can execute any we can do any kind of blocks inside the hashes.
Inside the hash.
Yes.
No.
On the hash, right? I'm sorry. Implemented on the hash.
Yes. So we are iterating through key value pairs. So each is a method. Another method is also available. That is each pair. Each underscore pair also would do the same thing. Okay. I want to get only the keys of the hash. Now, one more thing I forgot to tell you, it is not mandatory that this one is a string and this one is a string. This can be anything, a number, an object, okay, a string, a float, etc. etc. And similarly, the value also might not be string. It might be an array, it might be a hash, it might be a number, it might be any object, any match data object, person object, anything. Okay, any type of object. Key can be any type of object. Value can be any type of object. Got it? This is just for an example that I taken both string objects as keys and values. Okay. Understood?
Okay.
Now, I want to get the keys of this hash. H dot keys is a method. What did it return? What is the return?
Yes.
What is the return type? I mean,
Array.
yes, exactly. It's an array. So it returned an array of keys, right? Okay. A small question for you. I want to get all the country names which start with the vowel. Wow.
Sorry, مش what?
It's vowels.
Vowels. Which start with vowels.
We could use the select method on the keys.
Exactly. We could use select method that we discussed yesterday, or even the grep method. Okay. Starting with AIOU and ignore case. So bit by bit, chaining of methods. Okay, understood? Fine. Similarly, if I want to know the values of this hash, I can say h dot values, which gives me values. Okay.
Okay.
H dot empty question mark. Is the hash empty? No, it's not
No.
empty. Yes, it's not empty. I can iterate through each key and each value also. It's pretty simple, just like earlier. Instead of, okay, I would write it. Each key. So since we are iterating through each key, I'll only give key of k. Put this k. Only it iterates only through keys. what if I give a value comma v? What would be the value of v? What is the value of v?
The values it will be.
No, nil. Because each key will iterate only through keys, not
Oh, okay.
values.
So
Okay?
if we use dot each, it will return the values.
Yes, exactly. Now I'll say each value. This is a method, each value which iterates through each value. Now what is the output? What is k and what is v?
A will be the value and V will be
Nil.
null.
Exactly. So k would be the value and v would be nil. Okay, so iterating through only values.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
For hashes, there's two ways to writing hashes. So what is the best way? I'll write it in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, sure. ID
So,
is no. This is not. See, this is not the shortcut or something like that.
I think
See,
it's the version of the Ruby.
no,
Right?
no. See, even I can write it here. It's not about any version. See, I used a string object here. Instead of that, you used an, for example, case. You used an. Oh, let me see the chat once again. I mean, there is the second one in the chat, right? I'll just copy what you wrote.
There's two ways, but I don't know what is the difference between them.
No, actually, this is not able to leak it for some reason. See, first one is valid. Second one is not valid. This is not valid. It doesn't work. This one only works. For example, k equal to hash. This is correct, first of all. Syntax, what is wrong? What is wrong here? Okay. Okay, this is I think there is a special Unicode character somewhere in printed, I think. So I'll make it. So this is possible. Okay, similarly, this is also possible. But what you have given in the chat is something like this. This is not possible.
If I wrote it like a string, it will be possible.
Pardon? Your voice was breaking.
Okay.
This
If
was
I write it as a string.
string. Yeah, string will work. If you to write it as a string, it will work. That's the question you asked?
Yeah, so this one, it was 2.6.0. So this is the Ruby version that used this type of hashes or writing this hash or no?
See, you can see the chat on the screen or not? Can you see your chat on the screen? No?
Your chat screen?
Yeah, my screen, you can see my your chat. No? Okay.
No.
Okay. But let me see. You wrote this, right?
Yes.
This one is valid. Okay. This is valid. This is not valid. Invalid. This doesn't work in any language, any version of Ruby.
Why it's not valid?
It is not
If I-
valid.
Yeah, I know, but it's working for me. But I don't know why it's not valid. I think they're the same
No.
output.
This is not valid because it might be that this consists of some value. For example, if I declare a equal to 100, okay? Okay. Now, if I say a is 1, then it is valid. It means that a is having a value. Okay. Probably your case was that. Okay. You understanding now? Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
But declaring it, it's not possible. Without giving a value, you can't declare something like j is 1. No way. Okay.
Yeah, I can't use it as a key, A or J.
Okay, but what you are trying to ask me, I got it. So the recent versions of Ruby or from Ruby 2.0, the way to define a hash is something like key value pairs is something like this: a colon the value shortcut. Okay, in this fashion.
This is the latest version of Ruby.
Yeah, not latest, but right from 2.3 or 2.2, I guess. 2.2, I guess.
Okay.
So this is how we write it. Symbol and so that it is pretty easy for us to write. Okay, but you can always follow the long form. Fetch. Okay. H dot fetch. H dot fetch is fetch the value of the key.
So fetch is brings the value of the key.
Pardon? Yeah, it gets the value of the key. Yes. But you can do that with this also, right? But fetch, the problem of fetch is if there is no key, right? If there is no key, it will give an error, key error. So if at all you want an error where key is not found, you can use fetch. Okay. But if you use the standard method, it will return nil. So make sure, I mean, whenever you want to use fetch, you can use fetch. Otherwise, you can use the default method. But the advantage of using fetch is you can provide a default value for the, for example, 0. Okay. If there is no key with India C or else no capital in India, something like this, no data. Simple. I want to return no data. We don't have any data. So fetch, I can, even if the key doesn't exist, I can simply say no data. Okay. Something like, so you have all of menu, right? For example, for one of the menu, you want the origin, the type of cuisine involved with a particular food dish. Okay, that's missing in your database. I can say default value, no data, something like that. Okay, so fetch. Similarly, there is something called fetch values. You get me the values of India and China. What will be the output? Okay, key not found. Why? Because there is no key called India, symbol India. It's a string, right?
Okay.
But if you want to convert a symbol to a string, you can always use 2_s. Please remember in Ruby, inspect method, 2_s method are methods of object class. It means they can be applied on any object. Okay?
Again, please, but the voice was
Breaking. Okay. One second. I'll try to switch network. Bear with me for 30 seconds or so. Okay?
أشرف
ايوه.
أتوقع عندك الصوت شوي واطي يمكن، لأنه هو كان أنا سمعته كويس.
انا سمعته صوته كان واطي، انا بقول له ريز ذا فوليوم، قام جاي مغير الواي فاي كله.
Now we are able to hear me?
Yeah.
We were discussing something and okay. 2_s, 2_s, string, okay? And
inspect.
Inspect. These two methods are from object class. So if you say object dot methods, object dot methods dot include, it's an array, right? Include, does it include, what is the method I told you? 2_s, right? 2_s, true. Does it include inspect? True. Okay. Or I'll simply sort it so that 2_s is this, and I inspect is this. Okay. For the matter of fact, I can use all of these, right? Yes or no? Object class methods. Any object I can, for example, H is there. H2_s, I can use it. Yes. H dot inspect, I can use it.
Yes.
H dot display something is there. Let me, I don't know what it does, but
Okay.
H dot display.
Try to enum. What it will be?
Which one?
To enum. The last line. The 4th or 5th word? Yes, this one.
It returned an enumerator. Like this. H dot public methods. I want to know all the methods that can be applied on. Generally, I use one method, right? H dot methods. This is also coming from object class. Okay. So object class methods will return like data. Okay.
To return what?
Metadata. Data about data. Metadata. Okay. Data about data is called metadata. See, file is a data, right? File will hold data, but
yes.
File name, file size, file type, okay, these are data about data, right? Metadata of the file. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was discussing something. Yeah, fetch values. Yes, fetch values. Multiple keys in one go. I want to convert this into an array.
Right.
An associative kind of an array. Now I want to make this a single array. Okay. The length of this hash size of the hash. Is the hash empty?
No. We have also blank.
Ruby. Ruby as far as this one, right? You're asking about
Yes,
blank
this
question
one,
mark?
blank. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. No, you don't have it in Ruby. You don't have it in Ruby. This method is coming from Rails.
Okay. I
Okay.
thought it's Ruby. Okay.
So okay. K is this K dot K is empty.
Yes, true.
I want to know whether a particular key is available in the hash.
Did it include?
Is it available? Is it present inside the hash? Is it there? False. It is not there, right? Key Saudi Arabia is not there in this hash. Similar for method has key. Even this does the same thing. There would be another method also. Also does the same. A key is present or not, something like include. Okay.
Member. Okay.
So if you want value h dot
This one will loop through all the keys to check the values, right? Hemant, do you hear me? You're muted.
yeah, sorry. Actually,
Yeah,
it
this.
internally it should loop, right? Internally, it has to loop and then get it, right?
I mean, this dot value will loop through all the keys and all the values to get this value exist or not.
Yeah.
I think it only will go to the values, not the keys also.
Yes. Not keys, only values.
Yeah, but it will go to the key, the values through the keys.
Obviously, see, whatever method defined has to go through the hash, each and every element, right?
Yeah.
What is the difference between has value and value?
No difference. These are just alias methods. Alias methods. That's it. These are alias methods.
Okay.
Value has value. That's it. Yeah. there is also something called include, which would see whether that key is there. See h dot include also will see whether the key is there.
The key or the value, it doesn't matter, right?
Key, no. Only key.
Hemant, regarding the loop through every items, I think the hash table idea is to give the item an off one, not to
Yes.
loop through them. So if I access a key, it will only implement the hash method, then check if it exists or not. But for the values, it will loop through all the keys and their values.
See, hash is implemented in such a way that if you ask for a particular key, something like indexed, right? Database indexes kind of.
Yes.
So it will
yes,
return
yes.
a single value. Yeah, it will return a single value. It doesn't need to go through each and every key value pair, right?
Yeah.
But coming to has value, you're asking for has value, it has to apply the method called h dot values first, right? And then loop through the values.
Yeah,
it has
this
to
is
do
what.
that. Yes, that
This
it has
is what I
to.
mean.
Yes. And yeah, h dot invert. It will make this keys into values and values into keys. I don't know where exactly this will be used, but this is just for your knowledge. Okay. One important method of hashes is merge. Okay. I'll simply say okay, now I have a couple of hashes. That is H and K, right? H and K, two hashes. I want to merge them. This you use a lot in Ruby on Rails while working with objects. So if you want to merge these two, right? H dot merge K. Okay, this is a simple merge. The value of H will not be affected. The value of K also will not be. I mean to say the original hashes K and H will not be affected at all. Okay, if you
And
want
plus
to
would do the same.
yeah, it would return the same. It would be the same. So unless you apply the destructive method, H will not get changed. Okay. So there is a destructive method. For example, H remains the same, K remains the same. I use the destructive method. Now your H is the bigger one, the merge of these two. Got it? Very important method. Earlier we talked about one scenario where the capital starts with A-I-O-U kind of stuff, right? So instead, I need not get the values first and then loop it. Instead, we have a method called select, just like in arrays. Key value, key equal to tilde, A-I-O-U and ignore case. It will return key value pairs here. See, this is, what is this?
It returns all.
Did I write something wrong? We should return key.
I think we should write key if that condition, because it's only condition now, how we will return the value of it.
It has to, right? I'm selecting by certain criteria. So it has to select. Okay, let's start select. Let me try another example. Key, comma, value. Dot key dot length equals or greater than 5. Okay, got it. So what is happening with this then? Key equal to tilde and ignore the case.
The starting symbol.
Okay. Probably this, the regular expression is what the culprit is, right? Starting with, right? So I missed the starting with, so it was not returning that. Okay. So select. So whatever you want to select. Opposite of select is
Reject.
reject. It will do the opposite. K dot shift. So if you look at K now, there is no Saudi Arabia Riyadh key value pair. Similarly, I do it once again. There is no Singapore city. Just like in arrays, the first key value pair is removed or returned. Removed and returned. Okay.
So shift will remove the first key and value.
Exactly. One more very important method is default. K is having only one key value pair, right? K of, I say India. It should return nil, right? Because there is no key value pair in K.
Remove.
So what I can do is K, the default method is there equal to, I mean similar to the no data. So now if you ask K of India, no data. So you can specify a default value for a hash.
What again?
I want to give a default value. If a key doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
Then K of India will give you no data.
Yes, because this is it is not a hash, right?
No, K is not having a key value pair India.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So let me show hash class. Compact. Delete if also we have to see. Okay. H dot delete, you simply give the key. it will return the value, but if you see, we see k h dot delete. Sorry, I should have written k dot delete. Okay, there is no key value pair USA Washington because you deleted it.
Your screen is freezing.
Okay.
Anyone have the same issue?
It's working fine. I can see now. You're displaying the trash, right, Eamon?
Yeah, it just freezed. Yeah, now it's working.
Did it freeze, Eamon?
Yeah, now it's working. And it's freeze again.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
do
working
it.
now. It's working.
Okay, I think now it not freeze. Okay. Delete USA. Yes, one more method. Compact. See, compact, if it has any nil values, returns away with nil values. With the nil values, key pairs removed. Okay. So if any value is nil, okay, those are removed. Just like in array. In array also you have compact, right? So compact will remove nils. Similarly, in hashes, if any of the value of a key is nil, then that key value pair will be removed. For example, I purposefully gave it a nil. H dot compact would remove UK. Okay. Delete it. Delete if you can provide a condition. Delete if values contain a space in it. Okay. So now your H is only this. There is no Kuala Lumpur, Singapore city in the hash anymore. Okay. Another method I forgot, slice 0, 2. What is slice? Dot slice. Slice method is available in array, right? Oh, it's slice keys, I guess, here. So I have to provide keys so that it will get me the keys. India, I'll provide only two, something like fetch. Slice India, China, it would return values of that. So understood? So this is about hashes. And if you closely look at the documentation, it also includes a enumerable module, right? So I can use any of these methods on that hash. All these methods I can use on that. Sort.
Yeah.
So sort method is there, but here it will not return a hash. Please remember, sorting a hash will not return a hash. Instead, it will return array. Okay. It's sorted by, always happens by keys. If you want it by values, you have to write a block of code. So sort, I want to make it and again a hash. I can simply say 2 underscore h, sorted hash. Okay.
Okay.
2 underscore h method is a method of which class? Array class. Right? Similarly, you can use this any filter take h dot take 2 or 3, whatever you want to take. It will return an array.
Patterns.
Yes. Array. So this is about hashes. Let us take a quick 5-minute break. Again, we'll join. Okay.
10 minutes.
Yeah, you can for 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm back. So we were discussing about hashes, right? So
Yes.
we're done with hashes, I guess. Okay. Let us discuss about object-oriented concepts in Ruby, classes and objects. I'll come back to this person.rb class, so I'll remove this, put it somewhere else. Yeah, before going ahead, let us discuss about exception handling. Actually, I did not touch that part. It's a pretty simple 5 to 10 minute discussion. So I'll talk about exception handling in Ruby. How to do exception handling in Ruby. There is a piece of code like this. I'll try to execute that. So if I try to execute at runtime, you can see there is a problem divided by zero division error. So this, while writing, there is no compile time kind of stuff in Ruby because it's an interpreter based language, right? So at runtime, we might encounter issues or exceptions like this. That is why you find a 404 page. Okay, so this is output. So what really happened? So the programmer did not realize that x would be 0 at certain point and would in turn at the end it would raise an exception, zero division error or some kind of an exception. So the user, the end user, if it is in web application, the end user should not see this exceptions on, etc. Right? So what we try to do is we try to log it to the logs using exception handling blocks. For exception handling in Ruby, we make use of keywords begin, sorry, small case, begin, rescue, and I mean, you also can have ensure. Basically, we write the code in using this blocks. Begin the code error prone code is written in this part. I mean, you can always have multiple rescues. Rescue is to rescue or catch the exception. Ensure this, the code written here. Executes irrespective of an exception raised or not. Okay, an exception is raised or exception has occurred. Exception has occurred or not, it doesn't matter. For sure, it will execute. Okay, let us see this with an example. So here, this is error prone code. I can wrap it up in begin rescue. For now, I'll write only end. E dot, I can print the backtrace or simply message. So let me execute. Divided by 0. This is the message. If I want to print, I mean, generally we don't print, we log it to the log files, right? I can write back trace method. So it will provide me the trace as well in the log file. So in the log file, if I see this, right, from this file at line number 17, something has gotten wrong. For the developer, it would be pretty easy to fix the problem. Okay. So we don't want these kind of runtime problems to be displayed to the user so that it will break the UI or something or any program execution. So we make use of exception blocks. Okay. This is a standard practice in any of the programming languages. Okay. Keywords are begin, rescue. You can have multiple rescues. For example, rescue. You know something. Rescue standard. If you know that this is going to raise rescue. If it encounters a standard error, this will execute or else argument. Okay, let it be standard error. some accepts a single argument, and you are trying to call some. I can write my own messages also. It did not. So what happened really is it rescued as a generic rescue. What I'll do is I'll cut this out and put it in here. So we should capture that. Okay, standard error is raised. Okay, something like, because it encountered first the generic one, the default one should be always at the last, right? Any other things has priority. Yeah, someone has a doubt. Yeah, go ahead.
Is the second rescue catching the standard error?
No, this one is catching. You
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
And this one? You want me to write?
I think the first one will catch, of course, but I'm talking that the generic error is a standard error, right?
Yes. Generic one is a standard error. See, if I cut this piece and put in here, what will be printed? This one will be executed, right? Generic one, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I think my question is both are generic, right? I mean, the standard error is the parent class for errors.
Both. This is not generic, right? This is a specific catch.
Yeah, this is a specific catch, but this is the main class, the base class for all the errors.
Oh, you mean to say, no, but yeah, see, that is true. Standard error, that is true, but I want to specifically catch that error. See, because argument error is also a subclass of, for example, we had a picture somewhere. We discussed a picture, class inheritance. Okay, let me check on IRV. So argument error dot superclass is standard error. Okay.
Yes.
So once it encountered an argument error, anyways, it's a type of standard error only, right? So it has rescue. So that is why you don't have the message and backtrace. This is generic. This one generic. Any other exception would fall into this criteria, right?
Yeah. Also, what I'm saying that every other error will fall in the standard error criteria.
Oh, got it. Now understood. So every other error which is part of standard and its subclasses would fall into this category. That's what you say, right? Yes. Yeah. Yes, that is right. So I'll show you the does. For others it is confusing. I'll just open up the class inheritance diagram. So what so Ahmad was saying that
Argument error.
yeah, standard error, right? So all these runtime errors, etc., local jump error, regex, see all these errors, right? Zero division error, type error, all these errors. All these errors are subclass of standard errors. So he says that even if we write the generic one, standard error would catch the exception, right? That's what.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, but this doesn't comply with the image you just displayed. I think this was not correct because of the image.
Yeah. But
I thought that standard error actually is the parent, is the base class for all exceptions, but now I think it's the class called exception.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's there is a mismatch, right? See, any standard error, any runtime exception, local jump error, regex, these errors, right, would
Yeah.
fall into, will be caught by our this code.
Yeah.
Any other one would be caught by this one. Okay.
Yes.
Now you understood, right? Because exception is a superclass of all exceptions.
I thought that was a standard error. That was
Oh
the
no.
superclass.
Okay. No problem. Yeah.
So we can do multiple exception in the same.
Yeah. Yes. You can do that. You can do that. For example, specifically argument error is there. Argument error, because specifically I'm catching. Argument error is also type of standard error, but first preference is given to argument error because direct match. There is a direct match, right? So argument error. Okay. Any other errors will come into this rescue category, and this generic rescue will be executed.
Can you give us as well example on the another any exception except the argument and the standard error to see the rescue, the last exception.
Think nail.2s.
This one. Okay. Oh, this is. Everything else would be a standard error only. So any specific thing, I have to look through the errors again. System exit.
Is the backtrace is the call stack of the error?
No.
What is the call stack?
What is it? Yeah, the call stack is the linked calls of this block of code. I mean, which called what? So can you tell us what's backtrace? Backtrace?
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, you're asking what is backtrace?
Yeah. I thought it's a call stack.
That is only the backtrace is on call stack. Yes, you're right.
Okay. So can Can you explain more what's call stack for summer?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, yeah, sure. For example, I'm purposefully writing something which is errors. Okay, blocks.rb, I have an error in some particular line, right? To the blocks.rb. So, line number 218. Okay, there is a syntax error. Line number 220, syntax error unexpected. So, this is whatever you see in here. This is called the call stack, as Ahmed said, or back trace from where the error has occurred.
Okay.
It will show a huge number of lines, right? That the error has occurred. Okay. So that is called backtrace. The trace, where we want to trace from which file to which file. Since this is a single file, you are able to see a couple of it. As we go to Ruby on Rails, right, you will see huge traces, huge back traces, where something has, how many files they've been called, what is happening, etc., etc. We'll see in huge files. This is called the backtrace. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So for syntax errors, actually trying to do that, but not able to get the exact. Vector is not caught in beginners. See, other errors, like programmatically, I don't think I can generate these script errors and system exit errors, I guess. Right? Programmatically, it's not.
Generate those.
Pardon?
We cannot generate any of this error.
Yeah, here to display this generic thing, right? Because the super class is already, okay, I can do this. Zero division error, we can make it, right? So now, yeah, now we can, standard error is raised again. Okay. Because zero division error is subclass of this error. So, generic. Yeah. Now we can see generic one is being called in spite of you having an argument error. So here put as this has been displayed because divided by 0, 100 by 0 is undefined, right? Zero division error. So this message is e dot message divided by 0 is the message. This one is backtrace. At line number 21, there is a problem. Here, that's the meaning of it. Okay, if I comment this out, backtrace, it won't print that backtrace. I won't put this. Okay, divided by 0. If I message, I want to, I don't want to put the message, but backtrace, this is the backtrace. See, generally, why would we write this? Because imagine a situation, the user in your application, the user has added items to the cart and he made the payment. Okay, but for some reason, the number of items, couple of items were missing from the cart. He had paid it, He paid for 5 items, okay, and in the order is initially the order is for 5 items, but final order he got only 3 items. The application says find 3 items, but the payment was made for 5 items. So obviously this is a great issue, right? But system is not throwing any kind of error.
So I need to make a rescue for.
Yes. What happens is in rescue we have to write the backtrace so that as a developer you can see the logs. Every application will have logs.
Yeah, yeah.
So what has happened there, looking at the line numbers and the user, who has done the transaction, who has ordered that, everything will be found in the log. And looking at it, we can solve it. That is why we have to write exception log. Okay.
So each message is reflecting on the logs as well.
Yes. Right then. Any questions? We are done with our time. So any questions?
For me, clear.
No, it's okay for me.
Okay. If I again, but I just confirm this. If I need to add any of error message or any, if I have an error or something, I need to make exception rescue error message, right?
Sure. Yes, yes, compulsory. You have to do it for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, great.
Yes. Right, then we'll stop here and we'll continue tomorrow.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll be taking up Ruby objects and classes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.